right, we're good. Yeah, they're good to go. You are, yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the America First Warehouse. Please welcome also to the stage for Bootcamp for Boomers, John Solomon.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Long Island. It's like being home. I grew up on the other side of the Sound in Bridgeport. It's an honor to be here. Welcome to this AMAC Bootcamp for Boomers operation. Everybody here today is going to learn how they can make a difference in the last 55 days of this election. And anyone who thinks you can't make a difference, you're going to find out today you can. Every vote counts. Every conversation counts. Every policy counts. Today you're going to walk out of here armed with the best information that AMAC has to go out and change the world the next 55 days. So welcome. Good to be here. I'm sure everybody is here for a different reason. I want to tell you the reason I'm here. It actually goes back to a trip I made to California in February of this year. It was one of those trips I had to get off the show at 6 o'clock, took a red eye to California, got to LA, had to go an hour out to the hotel where the speech was the next morning, and I just wanted to sleep in the Uber car. So I was going to put my head on the window and try to catch 45 minutes of winks, and the driver had a different idea, and he started talking to me, and I realized I'm not going to sleep. His name was George, and he came to the United States as a legal immigrant in the early 1980s. He came from El Salvador. He fled the socialism of Latin America. He came here. He built a beautiful life for himself. He brought most of his family members over. And we were talking about his experience. And he runs a shop. I think he was an artisan and did a lot of architectural work. So he had a really good job, but on an architect's salary, he could no longer afford living in California. So at midnight to 5, he was driving an Uber car, picking people up at LAX and taking them up around the world. I found that extraordinary in and of itself, and he did too. He said, I never thought I'd have to take a second job as an architect just so I can afford to stay in California. And then he told me he had been in San Francisco about 3 weeks earlier, and he got mugged. He was on the street. He was going to buy a hamburger for his kids. He got mugged on the streets of San Francisco, and he said, this is what I fled. This is why I left El Salvador, and I don't want it following me here to the United States. And that's why I'm so concerned. And we talked. Yeah, what a remarkable man. His name was George. And as we were getting to the hotel, we were pulling up the driveway, he said, hey, I got to just ask you one question. And he said, how are we going to save my country? And I thought, well, El Salvador, you've got a conservative president. The economy is grooming. Everything is good there. I said, I think actually El Salvador is on a really great path, and you got a great leader, and prosperity's coming. And you said your family's, no, not El Salvador. How are we going to save the United States? And I thought, what a profound question to hear from a man who fled socialism and violence in El Salvador, more worried about the future of America than he was about the future of El Salvador. Such a poignant moment for me. It really invigorated me to make sure that every word I use as a reporter, every time I'm on TV, every interview I get a chance, I want to make sure that we make our best effort to save this great country, to pass it on to another generation like it was passed on to us. That is what AMAC does. That is what the Association of Mature American Citizens stand for. It is an extraordinary group. I have been blessed to work with it for the last several years. It is filled with patriots. It's filled with enthusiasm. It's thrilled with innovation. And the way we're going to win this election, the way we're going to win the policy battles of the future, the way we're going to govern this country back to common sense and sanity is through innovation. And that's what AMAC does day in and day out. And boy, do they have an army, 2.1 million, right, Rebecca? 2.1 million patriots working together, and you're going to be part of that crowd today by being here and joining. We've got a great show for you today. We got Peter Navarro. I see him out signing books. Go get one of his books before. A true American hero. Good to have him here. We've got some great discussions all day. We're going to wrap up with the man who almost was your governor, Lee Zeldin. He's got a lot of profound things to say. That's going to be a fun conversation. And in between that time, extraordinary people, extraordinary leaders. Kurt Cameron, good friend of mine. We spent some time on a book tour not too long ago. You're going to love him. My wife really loves him. She grew up on Growing Pains, so every time she sees him, she just leaves me and runs off to him. So, but really great to be here. I think we ought to start this off the right way with a prayer, an invocation, and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please help me in welcoming Bob Carlstrom. He is the president of AMAC Action, which is behind today's great event. Bob is an incredible patriot. Bob, good to have you here, and thank you for letting me crash your party. There you go. You take that.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming. You know, we're really facing a very existential election. Remember when Ben Franklin said, and I'll paraphrase it, he said, you now have a republic. I hope you can keep it. And that's what we're going to do. So thank you. Yeah. So I'm honored and privileged to provide the invocation as we kick off. And so let us pray in thanksgiving for all that we have accomplished and for the grace to do what remains to be done to bring about peace and justice in our own country and around the world. Let us pray. God our Father, giver of life, we entrust our nation to your loving care. You are the rock on which this nation was founded. You alone are the true source of our cherished rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Reclaim this land for your glory and dwell among your people. Send your Spirit to touch the hearts of our nation's leaders. Open their minds to the great worth of human life and the responsibilities that accompany human freedom. Remind them and all that true happiness is rooted in seeking and doing your will. Give us the strength of mind and heart to readily defend our freedoms when they are threatened. Give us courage in making our voices heard on behalf of the rights and the freedom of conscience of all people. Grant, we pray, O Heavenly Father, a clear and united voice to all gathered today, so that with every trial withstood and every danger overcome, for the sake of our children and our grandchildren and all who come after us, that this great land will always be one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you. Would you all stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And would you please remain standing where our very own AMAC Leroy Tellis will lead us in the Star-Spangled Banner. Leroy, here he comes.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Wow, you may be seated. That was tremendous, Leroy, and thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. It's now my honor and privilege to introduce to you the Chief Executive Officer of AMAC. You know, the Association of Mature American Citizens, of which you know I put the emphasis on citizens these days. But anyway, here she is, Rebecca Weber.
Oh, thank you so much. Wow, this is really incredible. This is a vision that my father, Dan Weber, had when he thought of the great idea to form AMAC. And it was 15 years ago when my father, Dan Weber, said, I'm going to take my retirement savings and we're going to build a conservative alternative to AARP. That's right. My father was an Air Force veteran and a small business owner, and he started AMAC because he believed that all Americans deserved better than the AARP. We began right here on Long Island, folks. We only had a couple hundred members, and today we are over 2 million members strong. At AMAC, we are so proud to say that we wear our traditional values like a badge of honor. And you know, this is why it's so important to me to have this event right here on Long Island. It's just amazing, and I want to thank some people right now. I want to thank John Solomon, Real America's Voice, the America's first warehouse, and the incredible people that are here today. To each and every one of you and to all of our AMAC members, thank you so much. I am so proud that you are all part of this great movement to win back America once and for all. You know, at AMAC, we often say that the credit goes to AMAC members, but the glory goes to God. Amen. So to all of you here on your chair, you probably saw a card. We encourage you, scan that QR code. We're giving a 1-year free AMAC membership to you or a loved one. So check out that card, use that QR code. We'd love to have you join us if you're not already a member. Sorry, guys. Paper. Hold on. Paper hazard. This here on the floor. Okay, great. So folks, why are we here today? Well, we are here today because we see that the great American dream is in peril. It is further and further, it's become further and further out of reach for all Americans to really achieve the American dream, but especially for our children and our grandchildren. So it's going to take each and every one of us here today working together to stop the left's socialist march and what I'm calling their anti-God agenda. You see, we are living in times where people are calling evil good and good evil. For example, there are people on the left that want to teach our children that they may be born in the wrong body, when we know that God does not make mistakes. They want to force you to give up your belief in the scripture that says, in the image of God, He created them, male and female, He created them. They want to hijack Easter Sunday and call it Transgender Visibility Day. That's right. They want us to violate our faith in God. They want to force doctors and nurses to perform abortions, even if it goes against their religion. They want us to actually celebrate a woman's decision to terminate the life of her baby in the womb. And they want you to support unrestricted, anytime up to the moment of birth abortion. They have used the FBI to target traditional Catholics. They call them potential domestic terrorists. And they want to jail peacefully protesting pro-life activists. We have seen this. We've seen grandmothers be put in jail for simply praying and protesting. You know, it seems that the left will stop at nothing and will use every lever of power against we, the people, to try to rig the system. We can't let them. They have gone as far as trying to jail their political opponent, and they want to jail anyone who tries to support him or defend him. And that's another reason why we're here today. You know, we need to turn out in overwhelming numbers this November, and we need to make clear to the world that we will not be fooled by Kamala Harris and her flip-flopping. That's what she's doing, flip-flopping. We don't want her to be president simply because she's a woman. That's not reason enough. At every critical moment over the last 3.5 years that she has been in office, she has not fulfilled her promise. There is only one person, in my view, who is ready to be America's next commander-in-chief. He will reform the broken systems in Washington. He will rebuild America into a stronger and safer and more prosperous nation. He's done it once. I think he can do it again. Folks, we need Donald J. Trump back in the White House. To truly, truly restore power, we do need a Republican majority in the House and in Congress. And as we saw in 2022, really victory in the House, it runs right here through Long Island. We face 3 crucial races in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th districts. Now, last election cycle, we flipped 2 out of 3. This year, let's win all 3. All 3. It is going to take each and every one of us. We're going to have to talk to our friends and neighbors. We're going to have to make a case to them on the important things. Things like immigration, inflation, crime, safety, and crucially, we need every single people to vote, and we need to vote early. So we're encouraging people, get out the vote and vote early, because this election is a battle. It is a battle between liberal elites and their godless anti-American ideology, and the silent majority of Americans who still believe in a few timeless truths. All of us here today, we believe that the United States Constitution was the greatest document devised by man. We believe that the right to free speech and free exercise of religion applies to all Americans, including MAGA Christians, MAGA Americans, Christians, and yes, pro-Israel Jewish students on college campuses. And we honor the brave men and women of law enforcement. We respect the rule of law, and we believe that people who are dangerous and they are here in our country illegally and committing crimes must be sent back to their country of origin right away. Folks, we believe in the sanctity of life, and we believe that there are only 2 genders. Boys and men have no place in girls' bathrooms or girls' locker rooms. Yet, Kamala Harris, oh boy, and the Democrats, they sure have become so extreme that here in New York, you know, many of my longtime Democrat friends, they don't even recognize the radical policies of the left. Right here on Long Island, we have seen the devastating consequences of Kamala Harris's open borders. And this is the kind of stuff that breaks my heart. Last year, the town of Riverhead was forced to declare a state of emergency as New York City Mayor Eric Adams announced plans to ship thousands of illegal migrants there. In February, a North African migrant crossed the border last year and he beat up a homeowner in Hempstead. And then last January, police arrested 8 illegal aliens following a string of break-ins in homes and businesses. And that's Long Island. If you open up Fox News, you'll see an article there today. A family of 4 murdered and the suspect, an illegal alien. It is so bad across not just Long Island, but all parts of New York. It is crazy how far the radical left has gone. But it's not just crime that we need to be worried about. We are especially hit very, very hard with the Biden-Harris inflation. The cost to live in New York is 26% higher than the national average, and for housing, 75% higher. So many couples, they can't afford to buy a home. They can't even afford to raise a family. Under Kamala Harris, we know that things will only get far, far worse. Do you know that Kamala Harris has pledged to grant mass amnesty to tens of millions of illegal migrants? Do you know that this is going to bankrupt Social Security and Medicare overnight? And it truly will. It'll hurt the hardest of hardworking Americans. Now, Donald Trump, he has a better plan. He says, I'm not only going to protect Social Security, I'm going to eliminate your taxation on your Social Security benefit. And I believe he is the only man brave enough to take on the powerful elites in Washington, D.C., and once and for all, drain the swamp. Boy, do we need to do that. Drain that swamp. So I've been saying, it seems that the radical left, they really want to make we the people powerless. They want to indoctrinate us into their religion of Marxism, nihilism, and atheism. They are allergic to God. Here's the good news, folks. We know that the lies of the left cannot withstand the light of truth, because if we speak truth with courage and conviction, we will win. Despite what the extreme left wants us to believe, they can't change the fact that our rights don't come from government. Our founding fathers knew this very well. Our rights come from God. And it was Ronald Reagan, and I love this quote, who so wisely said that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We don't pass it in the bloodstream. It's got to be fought for, and it has to be defended by each and every generation, and that's what you folks are doing here today. I am so proud. You know, the generations before us, they built America into the mightiest defender of freedom in the 20th century. It is up to us to build the 21st century America into the greatest land of innovation, opportunity, and liberty the world has ever known. It won't be easy. We already know that it won't be easy, folks, but, you know, many are going to try to stop you, but have hope, because as long as we prevail and we cherish the values that have always made us great and really defined us as American citizens, what are those values? Those values are love for our family, pride in our country, honor for our heroes, respect for our flag, reverence for our traditions, and faith in our everlasting God. I am so thrilled to be here with all of you today. It's going to be an amazing program. Together, folks, we will make history in November, and we will usher in a new generation of hope and greatness in America. Thank you all so much. God bless you. God bless America, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. This is pretty awesome. What a great deal. We're all here. We know what's been going on in the country the last few years. One of the greatest judicial systems ever invented by mankind has been corrupted. It's been turned around from law and order to political achievement, and the Democrats have achieved a lot. Silencing voices, silencing students on campuses, putting people in prison because they believed in their values of not cooperating until an issue was resolved in the courts. It's become widespread. We call it lawfare. Lawfare is the misuse of our judicial and legal system for political gain, for political advantage. It is widespread. It hasn't just infected Washington. It's down in every community in America. And today, we're going to have an honest conversation about it with three men who know an awful lot about it. One of them experienced it firsthand. You all know Peter Navarro, former assistant to President Trump. Tremendous work he does. Those of you who listen to my podcast know the man next to me, Bobby Charles, former Assistant Secretary of State and national spokesman for AMAC, one of my great friends. And I'm delighted to meet for the very first time Paul Ingrassia. Paul's doing some of the best work defending the Constitution. We got to all do that a lot more. Peter, I think some of those people might be standing for you. What do you think? I think they are. There you go, see? Those people are standing for you. I just want to let you know.
Well, sit on down and relax and listen to John. Hey,
All
wait
right.
a minute. You got to give a hand to Joey Box, though, man. This guy who makes this all possible.
It's an amazing.
Please.
Yes. Joe, where are you, Joe?
Amazing man.
He's somewhere out there
Never
with the flag,
seen anything
right?
quite like this.
Yeah.
I think we need to have the West Wing designed by Joey Box.
that be
Let's
great?
get Trump back in there.
Yeah.
Joey Box comes in and make it look like this.
I told Peter we need one of these in D.C., and he said there's no chance zoning would ever let it in, and he's right. Communists wouldn't let it in. All right, we're going to get started with a really serious conversation because the lawfare issue is really an existential issue for this country. If we don't return to a true neutral law and order system where the face of the person, the political ideology of the person is not seen, then we're in big trouble. We will not be the extraordinary country that we've been the last 247 years. Peter, I want to start with you. You just got out of 4 months of prison. I know you know that painfully well. There are two attorneys generals who did exactly what you did. They objected to cooperating with an investigation. Neither of them were in prison. Neither of them were ever charged. They got a pass, Eric Holder and Merrick Garland. How troublesome is it that there isn't an equal system, even when it comes to something as simple as defying Congress?
Well, John, let's start with a couple of famous quotes. Okay, there's the General Clausewitz. War is politics by other means. War is politics by other means. In this case, lawfare is politics by other means. The second quote is 5,000 years old from Sun Tzu, from The Art of War. In the supreme goal of war is to win without firing a shot. And in this case, the application is to win without any ballots even cast at the ballot box. Okay? Now, the context for those two quotes is Donald Trump, perceived as possibly the 47th president back in 2021, and so a phony witch hunt J6 committee gets formed for only one purpose. It was not to get to the bottom of what happened. If they got to the bottom of that, they'd find Nancy Pelosi and the FBI responsible, not Donald Trump. And the whole purpose of that committee was to build a criminal case against Donald Trump and try to use people like me to help them in that investigation, to basically use the power of government to bring you to your knees and thereby surrender to their will and somehow become a Cassidy Hutchinson, if you know who that is. And that's what they do. And I think the important answer to your question, to really understand just how vile this is, and it was the theme of my speech at the RNC, the Republican National committee is it took all three branches of government, John, to put me in prison. And the reason why Merrick Garland and Eric Holder were not indicted and prosecuted for the crime is because they controlled the branches of government that mattered. Okay? In this case, the Republican Congress voted to hold them in contempt. That was a charge against me. But the White House, executive branch, was controlled by them. So they're not going to do anything. So the point is, this is the action, action, action canon of Steve Bannon, is every one of you in this room, the only thing I would ask you to do between now and Election Day, when you're not having fun or feeding your family or working, is to do something that's going to win not just the presidency, but also the House of Representatives and the Senate. New York State is going to be really important in terms of controlling the House of Representatives. And to control the Senate is also to begin to control the judiciary, because it's the Senate that appoints the judges, that confirms the judges that are appointed. So this is what we're in the lawfare panel. This gentleman's doing great work on the legal front. I really appreciate this organization for hosting forums like this. And this is the state of play, John.
Yeah, really well said. Really well said. Paul, I want to talk about a lawfare that I don't think a lot of people know about, but it is becoming real and it's becoming drastic. In the last 2 days, I've just met two lawyers, accomplished lawyers, brought some of the biggest cases in the history of this country, who are being squeezed out of their law firm because they were conservative. And they've been told they're too conservative for the law firm. We've seen lawyers being disbarred because they tried to represent clients around Donald Trump. If we can't allow people to have the legal defense of their choice, have we wrecked the system? Paul.
Absolutely. I mean, those who are the most outspoken are the ones who become targets. Like the gentleman right next to me, Peter Navarro, you know, he was someone, I remember I was in the National Economic Council as an intern in 2018, and I remember how much of a firebrand Peter was in there and how, you know, he'd like to ruffle feathers, but he was the one who spearheaded, obviously, the tariffs against China, correcting that imbalance and making sure that we're right on the right track, and making sure that, you know, that we're not being ripped off by the Chinese, which we have been for the past 30 years by both party establishments. So it's those who stick out their heads, like him, like Rudy Giuliani, who will be, you know, potentially here later today. I mean, those are the ones who are most targeted by the lawfare, and it's because they speak the truth. It's because they speak truth to power, which is really what it is. President Trump, of course, is, you know, he's dubbed J6 defendant number 1, and what we're on the precipice of in this country is basically a wholesale communist revolution. We're on the verge of losing our freedom, and that's truly what is on the ballot this November 5th. We have basically a diametric choice between freedom and potentially reviving our Constitution and our liberties and due process of law and free speech and the right to assemble and the right to worship freely, or we're going to go down a much different, darker road where Kamala Harris is going to usher in basically a uni-party type system. They want full power on all three branches of government, as Peter said. They will weaponize our justice system. I believe if she gets in there, you know, this is just a test run under Joe Biden. I think it's going to be far, far worse if, God forbid, she were able to get herself into the Oval Office, because really what they want to do is silence any sort of dissident voice, any sort of dissent to the regime. If you hold a contrary opinion to what is the, you know, obviously approved agenda by the elites, the ones who are currently in charge of our government, they want to silence you. And it goes not just to Donald Trump. Obviously, you know, he always says it's not me who they're after, it's you. I'm just the one standing in the way. But they've already waged lawfare against not only the January 6th defendants, but, you know, people who attend traditional Latin Mass, parents who stand up to school boards who are promoting woke curricula, on woke agendas on their children. So we've already seen sort of this lawfare and this weaponized justice come to head, reach a very bad place over the past 4 years, and I expect that to only continue further if Joe Biden, or if Kamala Harris, who basically is Joe Biden, were to get into the White House. So we're in a very difficult position right now as a country. We need to get out the vote. We need to drive out voters this election cycle, and we need to make sure that we have both houses of Congress in Republican hands to give President Trump, God willing, a strong agenda to hit the ground running come November 5th.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah. Momentum will matter. Bobby, you have a very unique distinction. You have served in all three branches of this government. You were a clerk on an appellate court. You served in the Assistant Secretary of State Department, and you served as chief investigator on the House Oversight Committee, one of the most prestigious investigative jobs in Congress. I want to ask you something, because a lot of us look at us and we look inward all the time and we see our country crumbling and we feel bad about it, but there's an entire world looking at us. You used to stand face to face with world leaders every day who saw us, as Ronald Reagan said, as the shining beacon on a hill, and they're worried that if we go down, they go down, that everything we stood for is what their countries were built upon. How does the world currently look at this lawfare and this lawlessness in the United States?
Well, to be blunt, John, I think they're terrified of it. Let me just say a couple of quick things here first, and I'm responding as well to being up here with some great people. This room right here is the heartbeat of America. I was just in Washington, D.C. at the RNC. I live in Maine. I come and go. I tell people, even if you were not all in this room, I would tell those people, you are the heartbeat of this country. And let me just drill down on your question, John, but the bigger issue. The stakes could not be higher. And this is what you've got to let people know. Everybody knows the quote, right? All it takes for evil to prevail is what? For good people to do nothing. That's Edmund Burke, first conservative. Bottom line is we are in deep trouble right now. Why? Because, I'll borrow, you remember John F. Kennedy went to Berlin when Berlin was under assault from the Soviets, and he said, "Ich bin ein Berliner," right? Well, here it is right now. We are all Peter Navarro right now. So here's the nutshell version, and it's what you got to take back to the communities. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to believe it. They grew up in a world in which, honestly, if Truman or JFK were alive today, they'd be diehard Trump Republicans. So that's the truth. They would be in shock as to where their party has gone. The stakes are enormous. Having been in the former Soviet Union, having spent time in the Warsaw Bloc years ago, I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of Europe, there's a lot of the free world that look at what's going on right now and they think, oh my God, if America slides away, we're all gone. But the bottom line is we could easily be crushed. The First Amendment goes away. Look, the Bolshevik Revolution took how long? 10 months. 10 months from they had a certain degree of freedom to they got no freedom at all. So, the bottom line here is, and I'll just put it out there, as a former, clerk on the U.S. Court of Appeals, as a former attorney who's worked in different branches of government, I personally think the election interference we've encountered recently, we need to prosecute those people. They have violated the Constitution. They have violated the statutes. They are criminals. And so bottom line today is we've got to win this election. There is just no way beyond it. So bring your 10 best friends and make them bring their 10 best friends.
Yeah, good advice. And you're right, everybody in this room actually has an opportunity to make that difference. This is about ground game in the last 55 days of this election. A decade ago, when I was the editor of the Washington Times, I got a chance to interview Václav Havel. He had been a political prisoner in the Soviet Union, later became a leader in a free Czech Republic. And he said to me, it was profound, we were over lunch, and he said, "John, you will know that your constitutional republic is under assault when the war begins on truth. The second they begin to deny truth in America, the rest will begin to crumble." We are in a war on truth. We have been told that a man elected by the American people was a Russian stooge in a Russian plant, and there was not a single iota of evidence that that was true. And the Biden Justice Department released the report that confirmed there wasn't a single evidence or iota of evidence. We were told the laptop was Russian disinformation when it was real. We're told men are now women and women are now men and they can go in each other's bathrooms. Basic truths in America are under assault. The media is, and I'm a member of the media, so I have to own my profession. Peter, how dangerous is it that we don't have truth in so many of the debates we have today?
It's everything, John. It really is everything. If you look at the polling, thank God, 65, 70, 80% of America doesn't believe what they read anymore in the media. That's a start. But then the question is, where do you turn? And Real America's Voice, Newsmax, OAN, you see John Solomon, you watch him. On the print side, there's Breitbart, there's Gateway Pundit. There's places you can go. And what we need to do, frankly, is build up a whole ecosystem where you consume not just your media, but also your goods when you go shopping. Because the way it works now is Big Pharma primarily is the biggest funder of the media, and from the media not wanting to bite the big pharma hand that feeds them, we get everything from that. But I just want to, because this is a boot camp, I just want to flesh out a little bit more on this lawfare theme, because if you understand the strategy, then you understand what they're trying to do. So when they come at Trump, or when they come at Rudy, who you'll see later, or they come at me, the first thing they want to do is put us in prison and take us off the table. That's like the first best. But the next thing they want to do is take away our money, to bankrupt us, or in Trump's case, what they're trying to do there is, I mean, look at how much money he spent. Over $1 billion think of that, over $1 billion that on fines and lawyers and this and that and the other thing. And we call this an opportunity cost in economics. It's like, what else could he be using that money for? Well, it would be the campaign, right? So to the extent that they can force him to spend money over here on legal stuff, he's not doing it on the campaign. And by the way, when he's spending literally hundreds of hours in court or thinking about the issue, where they distract him from thinking about strategy or being out on the campaign. And then when they convict him of a phony charge, and then they can call him a felon, then from a branding, marketing point of view, Kamala Harris can get up there and say, I'm a prosecutor, you're a felon, right? That's the game. That's a big game, folks. That's Pakistan. That's a banana republic. That's communist China. That's not what this place is supposed to be. That's why you should be outraged. That's why you need to get actively involved. And when we come from folks like me and Rudy, they're just trying to do two things. They're trying to take us off the table as advisors, and they're trying to scare anybody who might want to serve in a Trump administration. That's what this lawfare is about. This panel's about that. And what we need to do, and it's not retribution, it's not the R word, it's the A word, accountability. There's certain people who need to be accountable. Merrick Garland needs to be held accountable. Jack Smith needs to be held accountable. Alvin Bragg needs to be held accountable. Juan Marchand needs to be held accountable. Fonnie Willis needs to be held accountable. These are the people who have committed the crime. If you understand lawfare, what is it? At its root, what is it? It's election interference. It is election interference. They asked Trump, it's like, well, are you going to respect the vote when it happens if there's no cheating? It's like, hey, there's been 3.5 years of cheating with your weaponized justice system. The hell is that all about? So we used to say they can come for me, they can come for you, and the only person standing between them is Trump, okay? But it's different now because they're coming for Trump. If he loses, he's going to prison, okay? The only people standing between you and him being a victim of weaponization and taking him away from you is you. So that's why you got to, when you go out this door, this is fun, this is good stuff, it's educational as well. It's all good. But when you go out there, you need to be just absolutely on task, on mission. Action, action, action. Find a way to make a difference.
Yeah, really well said. Really well said. When you were talking, Peter, I saw a document a few years ago. It was in one of the ancillary groups to the Open Society Foundation's groups, and it had 3 objectives for winning political warfare. The first was drain one's credibility, then drain one's finances, and ultimately drain one's ability to defend themselves. And I think that you just summed that up so brilliantly in what you looked at. Paul, every time someone gets engaged in lawfare, it's not a 5-figure investment. It's going to be 6 or 7 figures or higher. I had just a little tiny run-in on Ukraine where I had to fight the Justice Department for my reporting notes, and it was $250,000 in 2 weeks. How do we solve? Are there any unique ideas in the court system to help average people who might otherwise give up in the fight because they can't afford it to potentially win a fight when they're unjustly accused?
It's difficult. We need to build up, as Peter alluded to before, not just a coalition, a broader, movement in terms of media, but also in terms of lawyers and professionals who are willing to fundraise and to put the money where their mouth is, and really make sure we're putting into power, into office, people who are able to, or bold enough to use power effectively. A big difference between the left and our side, and we're kind of coming around to this, but it's been too slow in my opinion, is that they are very effective and very shrewd at using political power. When they're in a position of power, they will go after their political opponents. When we have power, we tend to sit on our hands. We tend to be very forgiving of our political opponents. You don't see any articles of impeachment being filed right now against Merrick Garland. And even though, we could get the ball rolling a little bit, we don't have control of both houses of Congress, but we have control of the House of Representatives. Where is that? We have Joe Biden still technically leading this country. I mean, do we actually have a president right now? I mean, we're in a situation where we're basically a ship without a captain. The guy is on the beach, totally checked out. And you have Kamala Harris, I don't know where she is. She's being propped up by her handlers on ABC and wherever else she might be. But we don't have a government right now. We don't have people in charge, or at the bare minimum, the people who claim to be in charge aren't the ones pulling the strings, which is a very scary prospect. Maybe Nancy Pelosi, but I'm sure there are a few other people as well in charge right now. So, you have Obama, the Clintons, Soros, but an example of this, the use of power. You have a district attorney here in New York State, in terms of Alvin Bragg and also Letitia James, who are, doubling and tripling down on their prosecution against President Trump. Meanwhile, the homelessness crisis in New York City, I live in Manhattan, is through the roof. Even in so-called nice areas now, you have homeless people on the streets everywhere. You have illegal aliens, urinating in Central Park. They're all over the place. They've overtaken our subways, but all the resources and all the attention is being focused right now on Donald Trump by our Democratic politicians and DAs and prosecutors, because they understand the game of power much better than our side does. We don't have a district attorney in Kentucky or in Florida or in Texas really stepping out to do something against, for example, Joe Biden or the Clintons or the other side. You know, if we were a little bit stronger in that direction, they would be far less aggressive in terms of their own lawfare because they'd realize that they can't get away with pushing the envelope as far as they have now. I think, you know, we on this panel, and we are in a very dire situation right now as a country, but I think the situation could easily, or maybe not easily, but it could definitely be tempered down quite a bit if we had more stronger voices in our government, Republican voices, both in terms of congresspeople, lawmakers of that sort, but also DAs and prosecutors, state DAs as well, to wage counter lawfare against the other side in order to hold the left in check. Otherwise, we're going to go quickly down the road of a banana republic. You talk to so many people from, you know, former, you know, socialist or communist countries like Venezuela or Cuba or Eastern Europe under, you know, the Soviet era, and they see exactly what they fled from right now happening in the United States of America. They see a communist system unfolding in real time, and in certain cases it's actually worse because, you know, you have all the degeneracy being pushed on us by the left to demoralize us, whether it's, you know, the gender reassignment surgery that they're trying to assign to school children and strip away parental rights or whatever it might be. You know, they are really entering hyperdrive in terms of their agenda that they force upon the American people. So we really need to stand up and push back and be stronger about that. And in terms of accountability and holding our own leaders accountable, as citizens, we could do our part to call out our congresspeople. You know, just here on Long Island, someone like Andrew Garbarino and Nick Lalotta, just call them up, tell them what you want from them, and if they're not living up to where they should be in terms of what, you know, what they promised to the American people, you have a right to speak your voice out and let them know and book a meeting with them or call them up and send a letter or do something, at least to make sure that your word is heard and that they realize where you stand and where their constituents stand in terms of the issues. So that's one example of how, just in terms of a citizen involvement level, that you could get the voice out.
Yeah, really good advice. Bobby, I think President Trump has done a good job of identifying a three-headed monster in lawfare. You've got the deep state, the permanent administrative state, and all three branches of government. You've got big tech and big media, and then you got news media, and they've concocted a lot of these false stories, and they've furthered these narratives, and those narratives turned into action. I actually fear there's a fourth head to this monster, and it's our enemies abroad. You see recently reports that Iran was funding a lot of the protests on these college campuses that were spewing this era's Nazism, this anti-Israel, anti-Jewish hate. We know that China was trying to buy the textbooks in Oklahoma to get rid of the word communist in front of China. It seems to me that those of our biggest enemies are behind the scenes and a fourth compliciter in this effort to tip America over.
Yeah, so I'll just make 2 points there. One, I said, for 10 years I was an intelligence officer, and I will tell you there's no question, absolutely no question, that the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese in particular, and a number of other countries are aiding and abetting those who would take down this democracy, this republic. The second is, and we haven't really said this, but I'm just going to say it strategically, building on what both of the other panelists have said, we're really looking at the attempt to normalize the abnormal in order to consolidate power and create a one-party state. So what that really means is that they're not just prosecuting Peter and Trump and a bunch of lawyers who they're trying to chill so that lawyers won't step up to defend the truth. They're actually looking to send a signal to all of the thousands of assistant prosecutors and prosecutors nationwide at the county, state, and federal level that it's open season on anyone who asserts free speech rights on behalf of truth, justice, and the American way. That's what they're trying to do. And so I think we have to keep in mind, this isn't just one election. This isn't just one candidate. This is literally, when Trump says it, he's right. He's absolutely right. This is the future of the country. We either win this time or there won't be a lot to defend.
That's a great point. Well said. All right, there's a mic right here. We'll try to take a couple of your questions. We've got about 10 minutes left, so we stay on time, but there's a mic there. If anyone wants to come ask a question, we'll turn to you in a second. I want to go right down this line with the big question. I think Peter laid out the numero uno solution, which is the election is the only front right now that needs to be won. But let's assume that Republicans gain control of 2 or 3 of the chambers or power centers in Washington. What's the next most important thing that needs to happen to start to reverse all of the decline and all of the loss of law and order in this country? We'll start with you, Bobby.
Yeah, accountability, accountability, accountability. If we can hold the House, the Senate, and get the administration, so you have an attorney general who's a hard-hitting, sort of, don't be dissuaded kind of attorney general. End game, you bring these people to justice, you do it in a fair, efficient way, and you renormalize the normal. Get back to not chasing parents with counterterrorism laws. I mean, it's just absurd. So I think you have to work accountability to the nines.
Very important. And we don't have a Congress right now that's leveraged very much accountability. When I go up and I see these members and these chairmen and these leaders, they ought to have a little Hester print A, because they were given the ability to create accountability and none of them have delivered it. They ought to wear an A until they get their job done. Let's go to you, Peter. What's next if we win the election?
It's on.
Let's take a little inspiration from His Honor, Rudy. I don't know if you remember this, but the whole secret of Rudy, when he came into as the New York City mayor, the New York City pretty much looked like this country does right now. There were a lot of broken windows, metaphorically, if you know what I'm saying here. Okay, and Rudy's whole thing was this broken window theory. If you have a building and a window breaks and you don't fix it, that encourages people to break more windows. And so the problem we have in our legal system is that there's this revolving door. People can be arrested and be out on the street and get arrested, things like that. There's no accountability. Look, the way this happens at the federal level is you start with fixing 2 things, John.
Yep.
You fix the economy, and in order to fix the economy, you fix the border. Now, what do you do when you fix the economy? If you bring prosperity to people, there's a correlation, as we say in economics, between prosperity and the rate of crime, and it's inverse. In other words, when people have jobs and their wages are going up and life's good, there's less crime going on. And in order to make that happen, there's no way you can have prosperity in this country when you open the border and have 10 million people come in and flood our job markets and let me be any children here? No. But rape our women and kill us. Okay? That's chaos personified. So fix the economy. In order to do that, fix the border, and then secure us internationally by dealing with the Middle East, Ukraine, and communist China beating up now on Taiwan and the Philippines.
Yeah, good playbook there. Paul, real quickly, we want to get that because I want to get a couple questions in. Your best prescription, what do you got?
Well, my answers is pretty much what these 2 distinguished gentlemen said. We need to obviously close the border. That's number 1. And President Trump always says this on the campaign trail. Day 1, he needs to close that southern border. And we need mass deportations in this country. But as far as, specifically on the question of the weaponized system of justice, we really need a very strong attorney general in there to clean up the Justice Department. I mean, of all the cabinet positions in this next Trump administration, that attorney general is going to be so key. We cannot afford another Bill Barr type in there. And the same goes also for the FBI director and the CIA, but especially that Justice Department, because I'm sure if whoever President Trump picks, and I'm sure it'll be a very strong warrior, given what we've learned over the past 6 years now of what weakness does if you don't get the right person for the job. We need to clean up that Justice Department, and I think that will go a long way towards restoring law and order and constitutional government here in this country.
That's great. All right, we got about 5 minutes left. We're going to stay on time. Let's take a couple questions from the mic there. Tell us who you are, direct your question, who you want it for.
Hi there, my name is Deborah, and I'm from Iowa. And I would like to know what the reason was for Putin endorsing Kamala.
All right, Bob, you take that one. Yeah.
You're
the AMAC guy. You get it.
game theory, you
Hang on, you just violated one rule. Remember I told you, never address her only by her first name. Okay?
That's right.
Going forth, she's Harris, Kamala, but we can't give her that kind of respect. Sorry, go ahead.
That's the new Peter rule.
That's important.
Peter principle. The
That's
Peter principle.
important.
I personally think that Putin is afraid, frankly, of Trump. I think Xi is afraid of Trump. I think Iran is afraid of Trump, and I don't think they're afraid of anyone else. And I think they know the difference between a strong-minded deterrent president who says, we are going to have a strong military, and if we fight, we will win, and we will deter you the way Theodore Roosevelt and Ronald Reagan and other great presidents have. Or you can have an appeasement administration, which is what this one is all about, and they would love to have another one.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. I had a Hungarian leader in my office on Wednesday, and he said, we know what peace through strength was. That's why the Soviet wall fell, and we now know what peace through appeasement is. It's actually lawlessness and chaos in the world. Very powerful words from someone that lives in that shadow. Sir, let's hear your question. What do you have?
Hi, name is Frank Percoco. I got a question with respect to why the RNC and the Trump campaign has done nothing to stop ballots from going out to non-residential addresses and commercial buildings, instead of just focusing completely on trying to clean up the voter rolls.
That's a good question. Anyone?
The only thing I'll say is I don't have any direct ties to the RNC. I can't tell you what they're doing, but I will tell you that a lot of this prerogative lies at the state level. And I come from the state of Maine. You remember that that Secretary of State? What a jerk, right? I mean, they are determined. You see Republican secretaries of state cleaning up the ballots and eliminating the dead and undeserving and illegal aliens on the rolls. You do not see that happening in Democrat states or purple states. Mine's a 50-50, and that's a problem. So I don't have an answer to the question, really.
Frank, I think there's actually a lawsuit that's being contemplated in Wisconsin by one of the nonprofit groups that's going to aim right at that. All right, there are people where ballots are being mailed to addresses where clearly there are no one living. It can't possibly be a residential address. There is a lawsuit. It's supposed to come out in about 10 days. We'll get it up on Just the News and Real America's Voice the second it goes. But there's some people thinking it's not the normal people, but we'll take anyone who wants to chip in and do the fight. That's what we need. Sir, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Warren. I'm here directly from God. I'd like to make that clear first. This is for all of you, maybe Peter in particular, because you spent time right inside the submarine. Recently, I saw a man named Gregory Stenstrom on with Joe Altman and Dave Clements over on Frank's Speech. And he was talking about who was really in power right now and what we're going to have to do to take these people down. You got 8 billion people on the planet, and you got a handful of people creating a lot of damage. He said it's not who you think it is. It's not Soros and Bill Gates, all these, Elon Musk. They've got money. That's their power, but you can take that away. You can put them in jail. You can do different things. He said there's a group called the Council that has been in this deep state for quite some time. Names you know, names you don't know. He put 20 people up on the board. I knew about 5, Bill Barr, Lisa Monaco, Garland, stuff like that. Some of the others, I had never seen the names before. I even bring up Amy Pope over at the UN, dragging all these people in here. I never see her name brought up. What are your thoughts on that? This council, these people, who we really have to go after to put an end to this? He said their power comes from 2 things, police and military. They don't need money. They're in there deep, and they can move these things.
Want to take the first crack, Peter?
Look, let me go back to one of the things my buddy here said that I think gives you a more practical view of how this works in D.C. It's like when I finally decided to get a lawyer after they put me in leg irons and tried to humiliate me and my fiancée at the airport with a brutal takedown. I had resisted getting a lawyer because I wasn't going to let them bankrupt me and take my retirement money and screw them, right? But, when they put you in leg irons, okay, all right, game on, right? Game on. But what was interesting is it's very difficult to find a good lawyer. Now, why is that? Well, they call them the white shoe lawyers, right? Bill Barr, Don McGahn on our side of the fence.
Sure.
Democrats got them. There's no political parties in D.C. when it comes to law firms, right? There's the uniparty, right? And so what they do, first of all, is these powerful law firms don't let you defend anybody in Trump land, okay? So then that leaves you with a small handful of attorneys, right? It's like the ocean then becomes a pond. And then if John's my attorney and he comes to him for representation, they go, no, that's a conflict, right? So they thin the herd
They thin it right out.
that way
Yep.
as well.
That's a good
And
point.
so the way this works is it starts with money. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It's just the big interests that want to send our jobs to China and insure cheap labor or sell us a bunch of vaccines that are going to kill us. They pay for everything. And then the lawyers and the TV stations and all of these institutions,
Yep.
the universities, they message accordingly. That's how I think it works. You don't need a grand conspiracy.
You don't.
You just follow the friggin' money.
Money can buy action. It can also buy inaction. And I think that's a very big point that you made. Gentlemen, I could spend all day talking to you guys. This is such a learned panel, such great folks. We've got a full slate ahead of us, so we're going to wrap things up. Thank you so much for the conversation today. Peter, thank you for the time you're spending with us today. Paul, Bobby, I'm very lucky to have all three. All right, we're going to move on to the next panel. We'll get the stage realigned, and we'll be right on course in just a minute.
Well done. Hey, I want to stay up with you because
Okay,
I used
that's
to
right.
be at Wild Godfield in New York. And
All right, you're lucky. We're going to keep Peter on stage. This is
You're going to
the
get
Peter
tired
Show.
of me, I promise. Hey, could somebody bring me a new MAGA deal book from the back?
Hey, folks. Hello? Yes. Hey, folks, please. Thank you very much for being here today. Great event. Please use the restrooms that are outside the porta potties, please, because we have way too many folks for the restrooms up front. If you'd be...
Piss me off. But I'm happy now. My name is Joe the Box. This is the America First Warehouse. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Outside, besides the porta potties, there are delicious hot dogs from the hot dog maker. And then we got Chubby's out there with his meat wagon. A lot of protein. That's how I like to live. Go out there. Please get something to eat. When you come in nice and quietly, when these people are working their tails off, saving our country, right? We're gonna save it. Yeah, all right. Hey, what's going on? Yes. Oh, yeah, well, I'm gonna make the cameraman's life miserable because I'm gonna move around a little bit. All right, folks. We're going to get started here now. It's boot camp. You know, you got to obey certain rules. Joey the Box will come. No, he won't hit you with a flag. That would be desecration. Hey, look, can you hear me okay? This isn't very loud. It's okay? I want to just put in a plug for AMAC. It's just, they're really on top of things. Give them a big hand. In terms of action, like tell a friend about AMAC and try to be a force multiplier, okay? Because that's really important. An organization like this, which gets the message out, is really where it's all about. I'm gonna just talk for about 10 minutes here, and then Tammy Bruce is coming, so give her a hand in advance. We really got a great program. All sorts of good people. What I want to do for you now is get into this mode of action, because what I do mostly, besides going to prison for standing up for the Constitution, is write books, right? And this book, the new MAGA deal, the unofficial deplorables guide to Donald Trump's 2024 platform. Any deplorables here? Just a few? Yeah, thank you. I think the best way to spend these 9.5 minutes is to tell you a little bit about why I wrote this book. I wrote this book I began writing it right after the 2022 congressional elections, which were, as an understatement, a great disappointment to all of us, were they not? We were promised a red wave. It never happened. And so what I wanted to do is figure out why that red wave didn't happen so we would be ready now for the home stretch into November to figure out a way to really take back our country. And so I identified two basic problems with that election. The first thing is, you and I both know that when we run on the issues that matter most to the American public, we win. What are those? They're the economy, the the border, crime, foreign policy, law and order. That's middle America right there. Where we get beat is when we allow the Obamas, like he did to Romney, or Kamala Harris, like she's trying to do with Trump, when they take us off over here into the social issues, basically abortion, race, LGBTQ, all that stuff, all right? And so one of the most important things we have to do is to be able to speak articulately to our friends and associates, the people that we want to convince to vote for Trump, about those issues. And this is half of what the new MAGA deal does. It's 37 chapters, 100 actions in 100 days. Half of the chapters roughly are written by former Trump officials. And every chapter it's like reading a newspaper article. It's very quick, right? But if you go in there, you can go in and understand why we have inflation and how we can beat inflation, how Donald Trump secured the border, how Biden-Harris opened the border, and how we can secure it again, how Donald Trump was able to get the Rocket Man to stop testing missiles and bombs, get Putin to stay in Moscow rather than try to go to Kiev, how we were able to bankrupt the Iranian mullahs so that they wouldn't attack Israel. And so the importance of the new MAGA deal book is to arm you with the policy information to explain what we stand for. And that leads me to the second problem we had with the 2022 election. I'm sure every one of you in this room remembers the infamous, I call it the Red Wedding speech. It's the Game of Thrones reference that Joe Biden made a month before the election in 2022. If you remember that, he stood against the background, and it was all blood red, dark. He looked like Darth Vader. He had like Nazi stormtroopers, like in military garb behind him. And what did he say? He said that you are extremists. That's what he said. He said that MAGA was a four-letter word. And he got away with it with far too many people. And they're trying to do that again. How are we the extremists when they want to cut off the genitals of 12-year-old boys? How do we let them get away with it? So what I did in this book is right up front in the book, a couple of chapters on what MAGA really stands for. First of all, you got to remember, make America great again, right? That expression goes back to who? Reagan, his convention speech, right? How can MAGA, make America great again, be an extremist position? Well, in their eyes it is. Okay, they're not into that. So what does it stand for? See, this is what I want you to remember when you leave here today and you talk about what MAGA means. It's only three things. And you go back to, and I was there, 2016, when Donald Trump beat 16 Keebler elves, right? People forget he ran against 16 other Republican candidates. 16. Every one of them was a rhino. Every single one. Now, when he got on the stage, he supported tax cuts like the rhinos did. That's good policy. He supported a lower regulatory burden like the rhinos did. That's good policy. That's traditional Republican values. Okay, but ask yourself this. What separated him from them? It was what I call the iron, remember this, please, the iron triangle of MAGA. Okay? It's only three things. The top of the triangle. It's a strong manufacturing and industrial base that you achieve through things like Buy American, Hire American, and fair trade. Okay? That's the cornerstone of how Donald Trump won the election. Because who did that appeal to most in this country? The battleground states. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, which at that point was contested. Okay? So that's the top of the Iron MAGA triangle. What else is it? Secure borders. And you argue that case both on economic and national security grounds. The economic case is you don't let 10 million people in like Kamala Harris has. Oh, you're the border czar, Kamala. Not my job. 10 million people follow her in. What do? They flood our labor markets. And ironically, much to the chagrin of Democratic strategists, who are the people who get hurt the most? Black, brown, blue-collar Americans who are a core part of the traditional Democrat base. That's how we beat these bastards. That's how we can beat these bastards. So the economic case for border security is that you don't let them steal American jobs and drive down their wages. And then, of course, the national security case. Okay? Fentanyl coming across the border. Venezuelan gangs, drug cartels, communist Chinese spies setting up God knows what. God and John Solomon knows what, because that's what he does. That's funny. Laugh, please. Thank you. Yeah, my brother. The Iron MAGA triangle. What is it? Strong manufacturing base, secure borders. What's the third thing? An end to what? Endless wars. An end to endless wars. I mean, look, my fiance and I came to New York a couple of days early for this because she was at 9/11. And we were talking about this when we were coming out here. It's like, that attack was horrific. Thousands of people died. Property was destroyed. But the real damage that Osama bin Laden did to us was to provoke a stupid overreaction in Bush and Cheney that hurtled us down a path that Obama and Biden would continue us along, fighting endless wars in places where they didn't allow our troops to fight back properly. Okay? And so we sacrificed the young men and women of the flyover countries, states. You know what I call the flyover states? America. America. And we spent trillions of dollars of our wealth there. Donald Trump comes along, 2016. He campaigns on what? The Iron MAGA triangle. Fair trade, secure borders, end to endless wars. Rinse and repeat. That's what I want you folks to be able to do. I need you to use this as your secular Bible to go out and proselytize the gospel of MAGA and make sure those bastards don't turn it into a four-letter word. Are you with me? That's all I got. Tammy's next.
Check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break, please. So you go outside, you can get some food, go to the bathroom. 2:30, we start the show again.
We are proud to have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today. God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com. To have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today. We are proud to have.
In the wake of the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, a powerful message has emerged. Fight and unite. How do you answer this call? By joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is more than just an organization. It's a movement. By becoming a member, you unite with over 2.1 million American patriots committed to defending our values and freedoms. AMAC listens to its members and fights every day to hold our leaders accountable and pass common sense legislation. The larger our membership, the greater our influence. As a member, you'll gain access to exclusive money-saving discounts and a subscription to the award-winning AMAC magazine, packed with valuable insights. Join the movement of concerned citizens uniting under the AMAC banner to fight for the values that make our nation great. Visit AMAC today to learn more and become a part of something bigger.
Meet Jim and Mary, a seasoned couple who have weathered the storms of life and have witnessed the evolution of our great nation. Today, they embark on a journey that's as important as any they faced before, exercising their right to vote. They belong to a generation that built this country, fought for its values of faith, family, and freedom, and now they worry if their votes will truly count. But fear not, Jim and Mary are members of AMAC. As AMAC members, they can rest easier knowing that AMAC is at the forefront, fighting to reduce potential election fraud. AMAC stands tall, advocating for voter ID, opposing ballot harvesting, and scrutinizing the risks of mail-in ballots. Stand with Jim and Mary. Join AMAC today. and let's preserve and uphold the values that make America strong. Because your voice
We live,
matters,
guys. Here we go.
and so does your
We're live
vote.
now. All right, guys, 2-minute warnings. We're going to start the next panel in 2 minutes. Let's get everybody in their seat. Hopefully you got a little freshman bathroom break, but 2 minutes, we're going to get started with the amazing Tammy Bruce. get in our seats, we're going to start another great discussion. I am very excited to introduce the moderator for our next panel. I was blessed about a little over a decade ago when I was the editor of the Washington Times to count her among our columnists. She's a best-selling author, a great radio show host. You see her on Fox News. I believe she's one of the most important conservative thought leaders of our generation. She's my good friend Tammy Bruce, and what I love about Tammy is her conversion to conservatism is so important. She started, like Barack Obama, as a community organizer on the left, and she evolved into one of the most cogent voices in conservative America today. We're going to have a great conversation, and I know she's suited for this, the next generation of activism in America. I'm going to turn it over to Tammy Bruce.
All righty. Hi, everybody. How are you? This is great. It's like I can see through the television and see all of you. It's a fabulous thing. You guys are terrific. Yeah, if we could take seats, if you're inclined, that would be great. We've got about 30 minutes here. And look, you're here, and that separates you out already from the average American. You care about the country. You came to this place. I think you spent some cash. You care about what the end result of this election is, about what's happening to our country. And so you're doing more than necessarily sitting at home and wringing your hands. You're in motion. You're in this room. And let me just tell you, as I introduce our panel here, every worldwide movement and revolution that has occurred has been designed and has occurred in a room with maybe about a dozen people. A dozen people. And now look at this room. I think we're in a good position. And now, as we talk about the next generation of activism, it could be about activism itself, and I'm clearly the mom here on the panel. But let me introduce you. You've already seen, and you know everybody here, but right next to me is Matt Cain. He's a podcast host and writer for AMAC, so you've seen his work. Paul Ingrassia, the Italians have to be everywhere, so here he is. Attorney and commentator. And Vish Burra, is that right? There we go. You know, it's a very, very romantic kind of title. He's an operative. He's a conservative operative. We need those, don't we? But he is also the executive secretary of the New York Young Republican Club. All right. So it's going to be we can have some crosstalk. It's going to be kind of an open conversation. When my activism began on the left, we had beepers. We had, I was sending out messages about where to go and do activism and what we were doing based on a phone machine in a closet that people would call and get a message from the tape. You remember those things? Right? You remember still, when I think about a beeper, I still shudder. I can still feel the vibration, and it's a horrible thing. And now we've got a world that is filled with technology that affects us in good ways and bad ways. But your sense as a young person, especially with the transition that Donald Trump has allowed us to make here about getting people involved. Matt, tell me about your experience and what it's meant for you as a young man.
Well, I think when President Trump announced he was running about 10 years ago almost now, politics was sort of for older people, not really for the young generation, had a lot to do with money, and people always spoke in terms that were sort of hard to digest. And when President Trump got involved, his first introduction speech, he got right to the point about the problems that we were having, and he sort of changed the view of politics even for young people. It was sort of hard to turn off the television, and now 10 years later, you could see how much enthusiasm there is, and I really credit that to him for a large part, because if you look at the rest of the party, people are sort of following his lead, but there's still nobody who commands the audience and the attention like he does. So he really, I credit him for a lot of the activism we're seeing now, which we're going to talk a little bit more about. But it's sort of hard to ignore what he's done, and I credit him for a lot of the enthusiasm you're seeing right now.
And on that note, this is, I think part of it is, you might agree, Paul, that he doesn't come from politics. He comes from the American sensibility about what's right and what's wrong, and that we have to do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Donald Trump is, and this remains true today, even 9 years after he descended that famous escalator at Trump Tower, he's not a politician. He's not really a political figure. He does not come from the world of politics. He does not speak the language of a politician. He was a builder. He was an entrepreneur. He was a cultural figure more than a political figure. And I think, the way that the media landscape has changed over the last 10 years with the opening of Twitter, with the advent of networks like Real America's Voice and Rumble and all these other networks that have come to be, kind of challenging the legacy media institutions. That was in large part because of him and his tweeting. He was the man who tweeted himself in many ways back in 2016 to the Oval Office. And he was one man who was able to kind of breach the barrier, the divide between politics and culture in a way that no one else could and no one else has been able to since he's entered politics, or national politics. And for that reason, he's the type of guy where you don't need to, we're talking about this backstage, how Kamala Harris is bringing out Beyonce and Taylor Swift, and she needs all the celebrities to prop her up. Actually, we've kind of seen the death of the celebrity as sort of this national figure over the last 10 years. Their influence has definitely decreased, which is a good thing in our politics. And a lot of that is because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump has really diffused that bubble, so to speak. And you don't need all these fancy celebrities. Although now so many of them are coming over to his corner, you lose track of it.
We'll take some fancy celebrities, but we've got someone coming up, and we love them. I think everybody has a right to participate and to be passionate, but I still think that Trump is our Beyonce. But at the same time, it's one thing to be a conservative activist and to be a conservative. You're involved in, like, you've got the R next to your name, and you're in New York, and that's pretty exciting. What is it that makes that important when it comes to your generation and being a Republican and activism and working in politics in that way?
Well, I think this mic is rigged. Actually, I think that one of the things, being an R from New York, I think really for us, especially the work we've done at the New York Young Republican Club, was to just kind of be fun and sexy. That was really the first intent, especially when we're young. We want to make the barrier of entry easy. If we want to be a big tent party, we want to invite new people who don't know, who are young, who might not be aware fully of what their political acclamations are or what their political instincts are, and want to find out more. We wanted to make that easy. And so the very first thing we did was just kind of be fun, have events, throw parties, and share what we're doing everywhere so that everyone can see, hey, this is the group that you're going to be a part of if you join us, right? That was the point. And if you even look today, right, you look at a video or a shot of 1,000 Hamas protesters in the street, what does that look like? And do you really want to be a part of that, right? And then you see something like our gala that we do every year, where President Trump was last year, and you see 1,000 well-dressed conservatives like Matt Cain here and Paul Ingracia and their beautiful bow ties, hanging out with President Trump, and beautiful women everywhere. And if that's what you see, there are a lot of people who are going to want to be a part of that, especially young people. And that's the boldness that young people want to see, because I think that's what's lacking today, are bold leaders amongst the young generation. And the more they see that, the more young people will be drawn to that and come in.
I think that the college situation, the university, the indoctrination dynamic through education, it really trains young people to think that success is bad, right? That having money or being an entrepreneur is evil somehow, that taking a shower is wrong. When we see these, self-care, genuine self-care, it goes down to the nature of the depression that occurs in these environments, right? When you're told that everything is victimhood, you can hope for nothing, that you've got to band together with people because of victimhood, because they're out to get you. Of course that's going to lead to retreat, to fear, and to all of that. So in a way, Matt, we've got to overcome this mentality and it's fragile, of what young people have been indoctrinated into believing, that dressing in a suit is passé, or that having some success, that you don't want to be seen with those people. I believe it's fragile. What do you think when it comes to your people?
Well, I went to
His
school.
people.
When I went away to school, my first year of college was the 2016 election. So I saw it firsthand. Obviously, universities are pretty liberal as it is. But I mean, leading up to election day, they were all so confident, all the liberals in my classes, and they were thrilled. They were happier than I've ever seen anybody in my life leading up to it. And the next day, there was class cancellations, safe space closets. It was pretty wild. Of course, I was not a part of that, but they were pretty crowded. And it was really wild to see how you could go from being so sure of yourself, so sure that things were going to go your way, to then being in a state of mental panic.
See, isn't that part of the lesson, Paul, that we have to go through this to see who's been lying to you, and see that there's an option, that there is an alternative, that maybe the guys in the suits are great and fun and it's interesting and things could be better?
Well, I think that's true. There's a cultural and an economic side to it, especially here in New York, where college tuition is really through the roof. As a graduate of Fordham University and Cornell Law School, tuition now is over, close to $100,000.
Yeah.
So as a young person, to be going into those schools and then to be told, especially if you're a male or a straight white male or a Christian or a conservative or a Trump supporter, that after paying all that tuition, after taking on all that debt, you can't have a job. You can't work in a corporate America because you're not filling the DEI quota. And then to get this counter messaging their side with Tim Waltz, giving tampons for high school boys and saying this is the example of how masculinity should be in America, and this is the type of person that you have to be, and you have to be totally on drugs and off the circuit, and you can't speak your voice. I mean, what sort of normal male, or really anyone, any young person, will gravitate to that message? I mean, our side is the side of the American dream, embodied by Donald Trump, a billionaire, successful businessman. He didn't need to go into politics. He's not like a parasite who depends on the system. He's someone who built his own wealth up independently, and he's a creative mind. He could think for himself, as opposed to the left, which is a bunch of, as they call them, NPCs, people who don't have their own mind. They're like hive mind type people. They follow the lead of, whatever messaging they're getting from the fake news.
We saw that with the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party. After October 7th, we're coming up to a year on the attack on Israel, a year. And we saw that with interviews of people at the colleges who were protesting, asking them if they knew what from the river to the sea meant, which was the annihilation of the Jewish people. And it goes to that it's doing it because others are doing it, they don't know why they're doing it. And as a Republican representative, if you will, someone who has got to organize because of where you live deliberately, is it something that really, if they're looking for an alternative, or is it pointing it out to them that they've been lied to, in addition to having, look, Trump is appealing because he is a nonconformist, right? He challenges the status quo. That's what we've all wanted to do at some point, especially in our college lives. Wouldn't it be better to know and be able to embrace what you're standing up for versus being embarrassed because you have no idea what it is you're talking about?
Well, I think it speaks to, what young people really want for, a very long time, especially as they're coming up, which is a sense of belonging. And if everybody they're going to class with is, going out to these protests and they don't quite understand the issue, but, my friend group is attending this thing, or this girl I have a crush on is attending this thing. The need is more natural, and it's more, it's a lower sense of consciousness, especially as a young person, when they're doing that and they're seeking it out. And it's also good because even when they do that, they participate in things. They go and see these things for themselves. They eventually find out that they've been lied to, that some of these things don't make sense, and then they start seeking out alternatives. And especially, again, as young people, they go to college, to learn X, Y, and Z so that they can make their space in the world. And then when they realize that not only are these beliefs not furthering them in that venture, eventually they're going to realize that what they've been taught has been a lie, and they're going to go look for other young people who have maybe done it better, and that's why we try to serve as that example, so that we are that
Right.
signal, that lighthouse, that beacon when they come to that conclusion.
The examples, as I look across the room, some of you will have children, some of you will have grandchildren, some of you are the ones in college dealing with friends. How many of you have conflict in your family with young people because of what it is they've been fed, especially on social media, at college, right? So it's, there are many, many stories, Matt, about parents intervening at schools, and even, where you send your daughter off to college and she comes back a different person. How do you, interfere with that? What advice would you give to the parents and the grandparents in this room about how to engage with the young people in their lives?
Well, I feel a little funny giving anyone in here parental advice, but I would say it probably starts at home. I grew up in a conservative household, so for me, by the time I got to college, I already had sort of my own set of values that I wasn't going to be too swayed off from. So I think if at home, one of the things I hate is when people say don't talk politics with family or don't bring it up. When you don't do that, then you let other people sort of decide what you're going to talk about.
Great point.
So what I would say is talk about those things. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. I mean, it's kitchen table conversation. I think when you just have honest conversation amongst your family, that's really where you sort of gain a foundation. And again, you don't have to be closed-minded to everything that you hear, but having a foundation is good that you don't really sway too far off of. And by the time your kids go to school, I mean, there's no reasons for why they have to come back considering whether they're a different gender or, whether they have to change the way they think about everything. Sort of just building confidence to know what you know is fine and to, build off that and not let people sway.
I think it is about the constant communication, that you are not living on a different planet or living different lives, that your responsibility as a parent or a grandparent continues. And that sometimes in life things have been difficult, right? And having difficult conversations. But I think also, Vish, that there is, and for the families out there, it's one thing to grow up in a conservative household. And a lot of you know my background. So I was the president of the National Organization for Women. I'm a gay woman. I am older than everyone else here on the panel. It took several steps, but what it was and what you've mentioned is seeing how I was lied to helped me in my transformation of understanding, and then going to work on talk radio. I was lied to about who conservatives were. I was lied to about Rush Limbaugh. I was lied to about average regular conservatives and Christians in particular. So as a young man of color, that's got to be a factor as well when it comes to, you are being lied to about what conservatism means, who fits, what we can do as individuals. In fact, that it's better for minorities because it has more respect for the individual and is rejecting the idea that victimhood is automatic and natural.
Absolutely. And I think one thing I definitely want to mention is that time makes more converts than reason in a lot of ways. When people give people the time to see these things, let it develop in front of them naturally, organically, and have some faith that these people will make logical decisions about their own lives, about their own views. But speaking to the sort of the color issue, as a young Indian man, I didn't really grow up in a conservative household per se. Everyone I went to school with, everyone I grew up with in New York City, everyone's a liberal. So I had to have my own learning experience with that. But one thing I noticed was, obviously in every school, you'll be taught about slavery and you'll be taught about Jim Crow and all this stuff. And they come to, an example like the water fountain. If you are black, you're not allowed to drink at this water fountain. Those were one of the rules back in the day. But now, if you think about it, they say, well, if you're black, you shouldn't be reading this. If you're black, you shouldn't be listening to this person. If you don't vote for Joe Biden, you ain't black, right? So this is and I've described this before, but the best way to think about it is they've went from physical chains to metaphysical chains, right? It's now, if they can't control the physical things you do, then they're gonna just go ahead, control your mind, control what you should be doing, and telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing. That's where that new fight is today.
That is exactly the point. And when we think about the new generation of activism, We all might have some examples. I always think about Scott Pressler, who's out there doing the registrations. Now, that can be a boring issue, but not if you're an interesting person, right? Not if you're doing that thing and you've got a mission you need to accomplish. But I think that the arguments about what appeals to all young people, and I think human beings, is this idea that we are our own people. Young people, I hear from young people all the time talking about, well, I'm a nonconformist and I'm not going to be what you want me to be. And I said, but you're exactly like everyone else in your class. The real non-conforming position is to be a Republican in your college. You want to not conform? Do that, right? And so I think that when we think about activism, right, there's books to recommend. There's the simplest idea that sparks the nature of saving a young person, but also making them realize that their future is at stake, that communism destroys lives, that the demand to conform destroys your lives. Is there anything that, as a writer, that you think parents and others should be reading, or any kind of activism that you've seen out there now that is a template and that can be exciting for people to look at when it comes to the younger generation?
Well, there's a lot of great ones, so it's hard to pinpoint one, but I would say there's certain things which maybe it's more important to avoid, which I would say, I know you're on Fox, but most mainstream news, I would probably recommend not tuning into too much, not yours, of course. But if you know where to avoid and where the slants are, I would say it's probably good to know what to not consume and sort of go to places where it's more objective and places where you could really...
I would argue, though, that it's important to see what everyone is saying, what everyone is putting out there. It's to see what the indoctrination is, and sometimes you're going to get a nugget of some truth as well when it comes to the choices we make to become an active person. For your generation, for Paul, you're a lawyer, you're accomplished, etc. But what do you say to people who think that that's passé now?
Hearing the other side is so important, and really in-person communication, dialogue with other people who disagree with you, more than just like watching MSNBC for 10 minutes a day to see what they're saying. Having those conversations in person is the most impactful in terms of changing and convincing people, and especially now among young people who are glued to their phones all day long. I think the amount of social isolation as a result of COVID and so many other factors in play have made this generation, Zoomers and people younger than all three of us, the most socially isolated generation in American history. So that really goes a long way, going in person, having the conversation, and not being hostile. I mean, there's always so much, Twitter has opened up, everyone's fighting each other all the time, nonstop. Just having a normal, level-headed conversation with someone, really, especially a young person who may be impressionable, whether you're an older person or whether you're a friend and someone who's conservative, Republican.
We've been told that it might be offensive, so we tend to not want to do that, right? That's a signal for us to retreat, even from our own families. Don't say something, because offending someone now apparently is the worst thing in the world you can do. How many of you have family members, have young people who are doing fine in the midst of all of this? Yeah, great. I think more hands than who are having problems. So that's good news, but in touching back to your point, Vish, is the issue of social media. Great for organizing, great for people to see, like Trump videos, which he's on TikTok now, which they would normally not see, being able to adapt into that framework. So they say, well, you should take the social media away from kids, which I agree with, but not young adults or even teenagers, but it should be at least monitored. What is your sense of the social media?
Well, I think that the proper way to use social media in a way that's the most effective, and I think honestly the most respectable way to use it, is that social media has always, or should be viewed as something that amplifies what you're doing in real life, right? And so, and it shouldn't be that is the world, the social media world is the world in which you operate itself. That is, I think, the difference, right? That people will use social media for the sake of using social media and getting more outrageous to grab more attention on social media. I think that has created its own kind of monsters, but the right way, the more respectable way that I found that social media, again, should be used, and when these people do it this way, they're more respected or more liked, is just amplifying the things that they're doing in real life. That's why Donald Trump works on TikTok. You're just taking a guy who's already done great in all sorts of mass communication formats, and you're just amplifying it on a new channel, right? And so that is I think, again, a model that works. I've always tried to do the work first, and then I amplify that on social media. Then it's real, and then we take it virtual. I think that a lot of people today are just, clout for clout's sake is kind of what's going on right now, and
Hiding in it.
yeah,
Slipping into it and hiding in it. And that takes us, though, to a good point about doing the work and the 4 minutes we have left. Donald Trump also changed the scene by doing rallies. We talk about real people, real life, the nature of what's going on, exciting performance. We are a system and a country and media that is based on performance. So whatever you'd want to leave with is a final word, but the notion of how people are reacting to Trump, young people especially, I think part of that environment adds into that. And the arguments now that it seems like the left is the man, is the system, is the boss. That's who the left has turned into, is everybody that we've all, as Americans, have been fighting against all this time.
Yeah, and I think the most amazing thing right now is everyone's under the same impression that the last 4 years have been very tough for everybody. And what's amazing is if you have the chance to go to a Trump rally, which I'm sure many of you here will be on Wednesday in Uniondale, right? So whether it's a rally, whether it's a big rally or just somewhere he's speaking, there's a certain energy that he brings, and it's sort of fascinating to witness because outside of whatever arena he's in, there's a lot of darkness, but when he's speaking, you sort of leave there with a sense of hope, which I think is very important right now. He could have left after 2020 and decided that was enough and no one really would have blamed him. But instead, he keeps doing these events. Yeah, I think most would have, honestly. So instead, you go there, and if you have the chance to physically be there, it's great to watch them on television. But there's something about being there. There's a certain energy. It's, as you mentioned, a concert or a sporting event that's really uplifting, especially right now. And I think that goes a long way.
I agree with everything Matt said. These Trump rallies are, we also have to remember just how historic they are, and we have to hold on to that because, we have 7 weeks left until Election Day, and we might not have something like this again in our lifetime. So we have to appreciate it also as a historic event. But the optics and his way of just speaking off the cuff and relating to voters is something that, as someone who's been to so many Trump rallies myself, every single time it's always a new thing for me, and it's always a brilliant thing to see him in person. Also, I'll be covering the Trump rally in Uniondale for RSBN, so be sure to stop by and we'll do an interview if you want to come over. We're excited for this very much.
Yeah, I think that with all the persecution and all the pressure and pain that the media has applied on not just Trump but his supporters, on the MAGA movement, this sort of new wave of politics that's popped up on our side. With all of that, the media has made us a counterculture, essentially. And so what the Trump rally does, I think, is it gives us visual social proof that we're not alone. And that was always the point. Always the point, and to draw out more people like us, to give us a place to go to. And so, let us embrace being the counterculture. If we may have kids, or you may have kids that end up at a certain conclusion, but not the way you thought they would. And that is something that we need to kind of grow and foster, because that is the new way we're going to be able to reach this young generation. And we should be really glad that they do have a place to walk to at the end when they've gone through their transformation. That was the Trump rally for me.
That's it. Well, thank you all very much. The beginning of the transformation. I want to thank all of you. That is it for our panel. I will be back a little bit later on because I like to pontificate. So you'll have about 15 more minutes with me. And we got a lot more coming up. John Solomon. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
day, we were in a car. It was in Washington, D.C. This guy had been immigrated lawfully from Ethiopia. And he said, John, America is fighting a three-eyed monster. And I'm like, what's a three-eyed monster? And he says, inflation, insecurity, and insanity. And just think about that, right? The economy, insecurity, the border, your own home communities, the world being destabilized, and of course, insanity, all the things that Kamala Harris and the left wants to do, including that amazing document she signed from the ACLU recently saying that she would pay taxpayer money to have illegal immigrants in custody, in detention, actually to help them have gender transitions at your expense. She actually wrote that this morning. The New York Times finally owned up to it. So, all right, speaking of insecurity, our next panel is an all-star panel. They know exactly the answer to this question. How do we re-secure America's border? Leading the panel tonight, one of my favorite journalists. You see her every night on Newsmax with Newsmax Newsline. She's a fantastic journalist and the author of a forthcoming book, The Right is Right. Doesn't that sound good? The Right is Right, right? Bianca De La Garza, she's going to be your guide for the next 45 minutes of conversation. They got a great panel, so I'm going to get off stage and let the pros take over. All right.
Is this on? All right. Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday. How great to see us here. America's Warehouse. Wow. I love it. We're fired up. We got a country to save. We're going to talk about the border. We have some of the brightest minds who are going to bring us the truth and the transparency in the field on policy of what is actually happening. Starting at the end here, you know him, you watch him, Ben Berquam, the host of Law and Order, Real America's Voice. He truly is on the front lines, and he is the director of Frontline America. He exposes what we know is the left's lies, the media that's complicit, that will not cover the truth. That's what's happening at our border. He puts his life in danger sometimes doing it, and we really appreciate it. Ben Berquam, everybody. And in the center here, Robert Law, who serves as a director for the Center for Homeland Security and Immigration. He's the senior editor, folks, at AFPI. He knows what it's like when we had policies that worked, because from 2017 to 2021, he served in the Trump administration. He was a senior policy advisor, chief of policy at the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services within the Department of Homeland Security. More than a decade. Rob's so skilled in all the policy, what needs to be implemented and what was taken down. So he's going to expose some of the things that they're telling us and trying to lie to Americans about. And this man joins me quite a bit on Newsmax. Always happy to have Mark Morgan on with me. You know, Mark was the acting commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, where he oversaw 60,000 employees. He managed the budget, which was over $13 billion, and he ensured that there was effective border policies. The CBP's mission to protect our national security was something that was paramount and something that this man was able to make sure was happening. He has a 20-year career with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He is such a national treasure, and we are so excited to kick things off. So just one more warm welcome as we start this panel, everybody. Okay, we definitely want to take questions, so we're going to keep everything moving. We have a slide here we're going to put up and show you. This is the slide that Donald Trump turned his head and a bullet missed him by millimeters, and it saved his life. Divine intervention, no doubt. Mark, this was the border encounters. You know, I think a lot of Americans are saying, how did we get here? We know the border is the worst security crisis in our lifetime. You compare it, you look at this chart. What was going on when Donald Trump was in? And look at the disaster that is unmitigated now under Biden-Harris.
Well, first of all, we got here because President Trump is no longer president.
Closer. You gotta put, yeah.
I gotta
try
test.
this.
Is that better? All right, they gave me the defective mic. So look, the reality here, and this isn't political for me, we got here because President Trump is no longer president.
Yeah.
That's the reality. When I was commissioner, I was, as Bianca said, I was on the front lines of our nation's borders. And I'm telling you, again, this is apolitical. President Trump gave us a network of tools, authorities, and policies that gave me the ability to effectuate the most secure border in our lifetime. And And that chart, Bianca's absolutely right. That is the chart. And by the way, I have to give credit to Senator Johnson and his staff. Senator Johnson's staff created this chart. So, a quick side story. I texted Senator Johnson the day after assassination attempt, and I said, hey, by the way, Senator, you literally saved President Trump's life.
Amen.
So,
that's right.
True. So real quick, so the chart, just a couple of minutes. So obviously you look at the right of the chart, you see the numbers go skyrocketing. But what I wanted you to do is go to the right and then go follow it to the left. And that very low part, guess where that was? The last year of the Trump administration. Right? Yeah. That's what we got us. And remember, and I'm going to be very straight with you, and that was even after the Republicans failed you. The Republicans in Congress failed this nation. Remember, the Republicans had the White House, the House, and the Senate the first 2 years of Trump administration. They failed to pass a single piece of meaningful border security legislation. So what did we do? We had to look to President Trump to use his authorities to give us that network of tools and authorities we needed to secure the border.
Can I just, and then I just want to be very clear. Day one, Biden dismantled the Trump policies. He didn't wait, folks. It was like immediately Title 42, remain in Mexico.
That's right. Bianca, that's a very good point. If anybody questions, first of all, look at the numbers because numbers don't lie. There's no nation on the face of the planet that can sustain almost 11 million total nationwide encounters in 3.5 years and 2 million known gotaways from 180 different countries. There's no country on the nation of this planet that can sustain that. And what happened, this is very important, Bianca's point, it was intentional. Yeah. It was not because of incompetence. It was not a mistake. It was intentional. And I'll give you a couple of bullet points. One is that after the election, during the transition, DHS, we provided the Biden transition team over 200 security briefings, of which the majority of them were on the border security. And we told them, if you do what you said you were going to do during the campaign, you will create a degree of chaos and lawlessness at our borders that you have never seen before. And they dismissed us. They dismissed career officials once they got in, and they got rid of every single tool that we had, like the asylum and cooperative agreements, like the Remain in Mexico program, like Title 42. They neutered ICE. They could no longer do their job to remove those that are here illegally across the board. So make no mistake, this was intentional, and that's what we got because of the Biden administration's policies.
Yeah. All right, that's amazing. Thank you for kicking that off. You know, Ben knows firsthand the Darien Gap, which is one of the most dangerous, treacherous path-throughs. He's been there. This was, when you go down there, you have some of your props here to show us, but this was organized. This is actually pretty smooth now because it is all intentional, to Mark's point. Tell us what you saw down in the Darien Gap, because they make it quite easy for people from all around the world to make this trek here.
Yeah, we just finished, myself and Oscar Blue Ramirez, my partner from Real America's Voice and Law and Border. Yeah, shout out to Oscar down in Mexico. We just finished our 4th trip across the Darien. We came with the flow once, starting in Colombia, came across Panama, and then we attempted to go back 3 times. We finally made it back the 3rd time. The 2nd time, we were in a shootout with the Gulf Cartel. We were guided by Center Front Special Forces every time. 2nd time, they killed 1, captured 2 others, we had to be evac'd out. 3rd one, we got washed out because of the torrential rain. 4th one, we just finally made it across. But a couple things. I'm going to play a couple videos for you so you get an idea of the scale of what we're talking about. You know, charts give you numbers, but really when you see the video, and I call my reporting show and tell. You know, I'm sick of the mainstream media, the fake news media, lying to you, telling you lies, knowingly telling you lies. And so I just decided to go out when I started this several years ago and just show you with my camera and then let you decide for yourself. This is a rape kit, we call it, we lovingly call it, from the Darien Gap. This is what was given. We actually witnessed them, exposed them, and broke the story. The United Nations and this group CARE give this pack out to women and children before they go across the Darien Gap. It's full of condoms, birth control, morning after pills, because they know the women are going to get raped. And instead of saying, don't do that, they say, here's your rape kit, now on your way.
Yeah.
They send them through the Darien, and then they receive them on the other side. And every point along the way, they're fundraising, they're making money, they're guiding and directing and enabling and encouraging people to make this journey at the expense.
It's a big grift. The NGOs
Absolutely.
are part of it.
The United Nations is really the tip of the spear, but you've got Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Services, Jewish Family Services, 9 major organizations, and hundreds of little subsidiaries that are profiting off of this
Let's look at the videos.
Yep. So
They're really
if we'll play
demonstrative.
if you guys are ready up there, let's play the boats. So yeah, 116 boats. So this is from one of our last trips up the river. Now this is out in the middle of nowhere. We're in Embera territory. We go from Guna to Embera. And as you're watching this video, we count the boats. And then as the boats are going by, we're counting where these people are coming from, where the states or the countries they're coming from. The previous trip before this, the highest number of boats on one trip we had seen was 24. On this boat trip, we saw 116 boats. And this was in the last year.
And there's no
this is
media
happening-
down here. You could go down. Any news organization could go down and see this. But
Yeah.
they choose deliberately not to.
And the
They're
ones that
shielding
have, the New York Times has gone down several times, and they just simply lie about what they see. They do not tell you the truth. So this is the first one. If we can go to the second one, Lajas Blancas, guys, when you're ready for that one. And it's just boat after boat after boat. They're from every country you can imagine in the world.
Yeah.
Obviously South America, Central America, but Iran, Egypt,
China.
China, huge numbers coming from China, all over the world. Guys, if you're ready, let's play that second video of Lajas. So this is what it looks like in one of the indigenous villages called Lajas Blancas. It's the last indigenous village, or it's the first one they get to once they get off the river. And again, this is one route. So there's 3 major routes going through the Darien. There's 10 or so smaller routes that end up, they're basically like tributaries of a river that all end up coming together. At this point, this last year, there were 4,000 to 5,000 people per day coming into this camp of 200 people, the indigenous tribe that lives there. Couple things on that. The indigenous communities are being wiped out, they're being destroyed, their economies are being basically remade in the illegal immigration industry. And so they're destroying their culture, they're trashing the jungle. The last estimate was around 60,000 tons of trash are now in the rivers of Panama. So all of the people that claim to care about the environment, they claim to care about children and being humanitarian, they're just liars. Everything they do is a lie. And every single one of these people ended up at our southern border, and the vast majority of them have been let in. And now they're not at the border, they're in your neighborhoods.
Yeah, they're in Aurora, they're in El Paso, they're everywhere. And they're then raping and murdering innocent women and children. Lakin Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungare. I mean, we say their names, we cover them, but oddly, it didn't come up once with those ABC moderators, huh? How about that?
It's sick.
Is there another video you want me to go on to,
we'll hold
Rob?
off on the others till
Okay,
the
great.
next.
You know, Rob, I'm looking at this, and there is a huge flow of people, and it's unsustainable. We don't know who they are. They're not properly vetted yet. They will try to lie, and it even did come up at the debate. They try to always, and it just irritates me, they try to say there was that bipartisan bill, the Lankford bill. And we know that that's just propaganda. We know what it is. But for most folks, they're kind of saying, oh, yeah, maybe there was. This is a complete fabrication of the radical left. This is a complete distortion of what was going on because of what Mark said and because of what Ben just showed us. So when they lie and they come out to undecided voters, because everyone here in this room is going to go out and get other people who might be undecided, and they're going to sway them. But the truth is, they've been deliberately bringing them over, and most likely because they want them to vote. We'll get into that as well.
Well, you're absolutely right, and thank you, everybody. How many people believe that Kamala Harris is serious about border security? No? That's how you know the bill that she supports is not border security. Let's be clear about what that bill is that she supports. That's a bill that would have mandated about 2 million illegal aliens to cross the border in a given year, minimum, guaranteed. And then what happens when they do cross the border? It mandates nationwide catch and release, which means they go into American communities. They don't stay at the border. They go everywhere. It gives hundreds of billions of dollars to those very NGOs that are spending your taxpayer dollars on rape kits and things of that nature, who are really in partnership with the cartels. There's zero provisions to remove illegal aliens. There's zero deterrence policies. There's no bringing back Remain in Mexico or renegotiating the asylum cooperative agreements, any of that stuff. And so let's be very clear when we're talking about legislation. Number one, there's enough authority on the books to secure the border. How do I know that? President Trump used those exact same authorities to create the most secure border in our nation's history.
Executive.
Exactly. Number two, the Senate bill is garbage. It's not a border bill. It's an immigration bill. It's essentially the precursor to a mass amnesty bill. And number three, speaking of that, you know what legislation Kamala Harris does support as part of the DNC platform? the U.S. Citizenship Act, and that sounds nice and innocent, but if you look at it, that is an amnesty for literally not only the entire illegal alien population in the United States, including criminals and human traffickers, it also requires on your taxpayer dollars the return of illegal aliens that President Trump deported to come back and get amnesty as well. That is what their platform is, and it is clearly—
It's a double down.
It's absolutely a double down. Yep.
So when we look at the border, it's national security, it's deadly drugs, that fentanyl that we know they're producing in Mexico with China's help, because that's obviously, you know, the adversaries, they know how to kill us, take us out. But then you also have the children, the innocent lives that are, not only are they raped coming over, then they're sold into sex trade. They're not even, these are lives that are destroyed, the most innocent, vulnerable lives. And then you have the sustainability of, like, economically, this is economic warfare, because how do cities and towns like Springfield take in 20,000 people, and also the jobs that they are being taken. So we want to talk with you, Mark, about why every state is a border state, but it's not just, those are like 4 prongs we just talked about. So the issue of every state being a border state is compounded by all the problems people face, crime and economic, and go into that a little.
That's exactly right. And while it's true that there are individuals that are here illegally that are eating animals, let's not get distracted with that, okay? Because what Springfield, Ohio represents is what Bianca just said, right? It represents what we've been saying for a very long time, that every town, city, and state in this nation is a border town, city, and state. The chaos and lawlessness at our borders that's been brought on by the Harris-Biden open border policies does not stay on the southwest border. Yes, the border states receive the brunt of it, but I promise you, the drugs, the criminals, the national security threats, the tax burden on U.S. taxpayers does not stay on the border states. Springfield, Ohio, Aurora, Colorado, those are just 2 recent examples that I think finally we're waking up and we're talking about it as we should. And real quick, back to the chart. The reason why the numbers matter, we cannot get numb to the numbers, because when you invade our country with 11 million total nationwide encounters, over 2 million gotaways, our limited resources on the front lines, they're pulled away from their law enforcement and national security mission. They're relegated to performing the duties of a federal travel agency. That leaves the border wide open, unmanned, unpatrolled for the cartels to exploit, to push the drugs, criminals, and national security threats through. That's happening every single day. That's why, unequivocally, I say that the deaths of Laken Riley, of Jocelyn, of Rachel Morin, their blood rests on the hands of Harris and Biden, and there's no issue with that. And we have to continue to fight, and we have to continue to stand up. And John and I were talking real quick, and I'm doing a sidebar. Apologize, Bianca, but real quick. So today, I'm glad you're here. I took a video of you because I'm going to go and I'm going to amplify that. So my question is, after you leave tonight, what are you going to do? What are you going to do tonight? What are you going to do tomorrow? Well, I'm hoping that you're going to talk to 3 friends, and then you're going to browbeat them to talk to 3 friends, and get out there and vote. Vote early, vote often, go everywhere you can to harvest ballots and do it, right? And the last thing, I promise I'll get to your real question.
It's good.
So the cost. So Mark Green, the chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, when he was holding his 6-prong impeachment hearing against Secretary Mayorkas, which we got through that, right, at least the House, and Secretary Mayorkas should have been impeached, he estimated that right now, you, all of us, that the flow of illegal immigration coming to this country has cost you almost $500 billion. $500 billion, while you are having a hard time paying your mortgage, rent, groceries, the list goes on. Everything I just mentioned, you are paying to give that to an illegal alien free of charge every single day. That's unconscionable. That's not the American way. And the last thing I'll say about this, Springfield, Ohio, if you haven't looked at it, just Google it real quick. It's a population of under 60,000. They've been invaded and increased their population within the last 18 months by 30% of illegal aliens. So think about that. Every aspect of their education, their public safety services, fire, a police department, medical, it's all overwhelmed. They're tapped out. And you've got Springfield, Ohio of 60,000, and you've got the mayor of New York, the most powerful nation on the face of the planet, saying they're tapped out too. It's going to destroy New York. So that's why we say every town, city, and state is a border town, city, and state.
Right. Well said, Mark. And it's the coordination too, because now we know, and Ben, you can pick up the fact that the cartels are profiting so much off all of this. And Mexico turns a blind eye. They're not going to, try to do anything. Venezuela doesn't want their folks to go back in their jails. They're perfectly happy that their crime rates are going down. The FBI will try to twist it and say that the crime isn't a problem. Crime's a serious problem. I think even in middle America, folks are seeing that now, and it's elections with consequences. And you have some amazing information, not just on the cartels, Ben, but also some information on Chicago.
Yeah, so one of the things, real quick, when they lie to you and say crime is down, this is in most cities where you've got these Soros-backed DAs that no longer prosecute. So crime may be down, but it's because we're not prosecuting that crime. The crime is still continuing. The victims are increasing, but the number of criminals are just simply being let out, or you've got the revolving door. I want to play, we talk about Springfield, we talk about Aurora, Colorado. We've been covering this for months and months and months. This is a video from Chicago from almost a year ago. These are Tren de Agua members. They are part of you can see the warehouse in the background. That warehouse had 3,500 illegals in it. These guys were outside. We happened to walk up there. This is my friend Terry Newsome out of Chicago, standing up, fighting back against this. We just happened to be walking out. We were doing a report on it. These guys were selling drugs on the corner. They have no license plates on their vehicles. They're driving around without driver's licenses, without license plates. So we started filming them. They didn't like that very much. They threatened our lives, and we ended up, standing there exposing what they're doing. But this is a daily occurrence out there, and we're being told by Chicago PD they can't do anything about it. They can't deal with these guys. Basically, unless they're shooting you in the street, there's nothing that they're going to do.
Lawlessness.
Yes, and so Aurora's like this, Chicago's like this, New York is like this, but every city in America is going to be like this, because we're talking about organizations and criminals that are used to killing. Their entire life, they have grown up killing, murdering, and that's how they get through life. And it's not just Tren de Agua. It is the Solis cartel that is being sent up directly from Venezuela, which is the Venezuelan cartel, which has direct ties to Hezbollah, Hamas, and they are working with these countries to undermine our country from within. So every city, every state has this now.
And they're called MS-13 on steroids, and their reputation in Latin America is they're known as cop killers. So down in Bolivia, when you say that, people shudder in fear. I work with a producer who's from Venezuela. She goes, I have trouble just reporting on these stories and covering them, Bianca, because I know the terror that these people have unleashed. These are monsters beyond monsters. Yeah. And that's their MO. They're known to go and they just kill cops.
Yeah. And again, this is my friend Michael Yan. He's been down there. He was actually the first guy who took me down to the border. And he makes a statement, and I think it's the best way to say it. There's certain fish that don't mix well in the same pond. And when you look at the people that are coming up, again, going back to Springfield, Ohio, there's a reason why we have an immigration process in America. There's a reason why we have a vetting process in America, because not everyone's culture aligns with our culture. Not even everyone's values align with our values. And there has to be an assimilation process to where you come in and you understand, but even before you come in, what you're coming into. We are the greatest nation in the history of the world because we protect this nation. We were created on Judeo-Christian values that life is precious from the womb to death, to natural death. And we have a culture coming in, and we have cultures from around the world that don't align with that. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, but sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned a word that's very important. We got to get this out there. Vetting, right? Yeah. He mentioned vetting. There is no vetting going on. It's a big lie.
None.
Every single time that anybody from this administration says that individuals we encounter are properly vetted to ensure that they don't pose a threat before they release them is a lie. Talk to Laken Riley's family. That's right. Talk to Rachel Morin's family. We encounter those individuals. Think about it, common sense. We get a single adult male from Venezuela. We have zero diplomatic relationship with Venezuela. We have no idea what their criminal history is. But I can promise you, you don't go from an upstanding citizen on Friday when we encounter you to a savage rapist murder on Monday morning. It doesn't happen. So this administration is intentionally letting murderers, rapists, pedophiles, aggravated felons, and gang members enter our country every single day into your town, city, and state.
Let me just highlight that. So this also, not only this rape kit, I've added some other things into it. These are IDs that I found all over the border. And I have bags of these at home to the point where my wife says, stop bringing this crap home. It's passports from all over the world. This guy is from India, Sri Lanka. We've got Bangladesh. And then all of these IDs are actually from Mexico. So these are people sometimes, and you ask why they drop their ID. Some of it's for that, so that we don't know who they really are. Some of it is these guys have already been given safe harbor in Mexico.
Yeah.
You no longer
They don't need
qualify
asylum.
for asylum in America
have
if
lives.
you've already been given protection somewhere else. And it goes on and on. I like I said,
180 different
bags, bags and bags and bags. And just to show you, though, the lie of the border. Can I go to the next video?
Yeah, please, go for it.
So the lie of the border. I just came back from the border. By the way, I'm going to be giving these. I'll clean all this mess up after we're done up here, guys. I have this in a bag. So let me talk about what you're seeing here. Top of this mountain. This was 2 days ago. That's a Sinaloa cartel member up on top of a mountaintop. That's right outside of Nogales, Arizona. That's the wall. You can see it now. We're on the Mexico side filming this. This is on every single major crossing point on our southern border. Yep. We have Mexican military, cartel military. It's basically a military force for the cartel operating there. That's a wide open stretch. There's a gap there that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have not built. Kamala Harris is a liar. She is not going to build more wall. The only thing she is doing is tricking the American people into thinking that she cares about that. These guys are operational. They have operational control of our border. We no longer do. And going back to Mark's point, when we send over these illegals that are coming in claiming fake asylum, all of that is part of this plan. So you take hundreds. You know, I've been down there where we have thousands of illegals coming across in a single day. No Border Patrol resources to deal with it. As soon as those guys are taken out, you've got the drug traffickers coming through, you've got the sex trafficking coming through, you have everything else. And every single one of those people is controlled by the cartels. Every single one of them either pays the cartel to come across or they're owned by the cartel once they get here. Mexico is a failed narco state for the most part. They are basically controlled by the cartels at this point. I think the major thing I want you guys to take away from this, going back to Mark's point, what are you going to do with this? By the way, share all of our episodes. We have a new episode of Law and Border coming out next Saturday, Real America's Voice News, americasvoice.news. Download it, share it with everyone you know. Say, this is the truth, all 27 episodes for the last 4 years. So basically, we've chronicled from when Joe Biden stole the office to where we're at today. And the controlled flows by Secretary Mayorkas, which are basically inviting the invasion, all of that. Share that with everybody and demand that when we take this country back, because if we don't get it back in November, we're screwed. I don't know how we turn this country around. And even when we get it back, we are in a civil war against traitors in our own country that want to destroy this country. But what we have to do is demand that every single politician that has supported this is investigated for potentially being paid off by the cartels.
Yeah.
Because my concern is they own Mexico,
Yeah,
but the truth is they own many politicians in America already.
I mean,
And
it's dereliction of duty. It's treason.
It is
and you're
treason.
right. They do have operational control of the border because when Arizona's terrible. I was interviewing J.D. Vance at the border, and a drone operated from the Mexican side was flying over us, and guess what? They couldn't shoot it down.
Yep.
We had MORTAC there. They couldn't shoot it down. They said, oh, we'd have to call and actually get authority from Alejandro Mayorkas. I mean, it's a joke. So they can surveil a vice presidential candidate weeks after an assassination attempt on former president. They can be that close.
By the way, Bianca, I have, and I was there that same day. There were 2 drones in the air, and Bortak said, that, like you said, they couldn't do anything about it.
They couldn't do anything.
By the way, this is
We're
a
sitting
gift.
ducks.
So talking about show and tell, if people need IDs or whatever, you know, I've got some of those I can give out. These are the new fashion accessory. They call them carpet shoes. Now, this is the new design, Mark. I don't know if you've seen this one. The old carpet shoes actually had carpet on the bottom. These ones are basically like a sombrero that they turned into carpet shoes. What they do is they'll take these, they'll put them over their feet so that when you're running along the southern border, we can't, and it's dusty. I haven't cleaned them yet. That we can't see your footprints. That's the idea, is so that Border Patrol can't see it. So one lucky audience member, if you're not worried about dirt and nastiness, you'll be able to take this home today. But this is...
I wouldn't do that.
I was itchy all day yesterday after I was
I
playing
want to
with
make
it,
sure
but-
we get to questions, and I want to make sure we get to Rob to talk about the SAVE Act because it is critical. Because you have to ask, okay, all of these things, this is horrible. We love this country. Why are they doing this? Why would they do this? No, you can't even go into Canada without documentation. Why are people allowed to come in here unvetted, to Mark's point, and then we just put them on airplanes. We fly them wherever they want to go, and then they don't assimilate, and they're in our world. And they're here for decades, systemic problems. You can start the deportations, but trust me, some of the bad guys are going to hide. So we have SAVE Act. We have an act that would basically say you cannot vote in our election if you're not here legally. We know they've done workarounds where people get driver's licenses and they're not legal, so then they go to vote, they show a driver's license. It's complicated, but why wouldn't anyone who loves this country be against making sure we have safe and secure elections? And that's what the SAVE Act does, Rob.
Well, you're exactly right, and it's very clear that, number one, if you don't have a secure border, you're not a nation, and if you don't have secure elections, you're not a nation as well. And so what we have going on right now is an orchestrated effort to give millions of illegal aliens driver's licenses and work permits, and what that does is that gets them eligibility to be on the voter rolls.
Let that sink in.
On the
I mean,
voter
that's
rolls.
happening now.
Yeah, so you've already broken our immigration laws, and supposedly you're going to opt out and say, no, don't put me on the voter roll. You're going to do that. And so few states require photo ID, so anybody can show up. We know that we have dirty voter rolls because the America First Policy Institute has partnered with a lot of states in this election cycle, and they have gone through and they've looked at their voter rolls.
Mm-hmm.
And in some cases, you've had tens or even hundreds of thousands of ineligible voters who are on that list.
These are in battleground states too. Pennsylvania is one of, like, they know where to go.
They know exactly where to go.
Arizona.
And, this is exactly part of where are they placing all the illegal aliens that they're importing into American communities. It's not random, it is intentional. And so it's against the law, and that's what the Democrats and Kamala Harris will say, oh, there's no voter fraud. Well, if there's no voter fraud, then why won't you support the SAVE Act, which simply says you must prove that you are a U.S. citizen in order to be handed a ballot on Election Day or ahead of time?
And this is not anti-immigrants. My father was born in Mexico and he came across legally. This is not anti-immigrants. This is about...
Legally.
Yes, exactly. There is a process. We need to respect it. But when you have people who are coming across, and we're in New York, 9/11, 23 years later. How can people not... I mean, we talk a lot on our shows here when you come on Newsmax. It's not a matter of if, but when. The fact that they have allowed this many people to come in, Mark, and it's still, I pray every day that nothing ever happens. But the fact that we have Iranians, Chinese, these people who hate us in here, it's hard to sleep at night sometimes when you understand the gravity.
That's right. So listen to what she said, and I couldn't have said it better myself, and I agree. It's not if or when the national security threat comes to our country. It's already here, okay? Let that sink in. It's already here. I worked a CT for my entire bureau career. I'm telling you right now that our borders are more vulnerable now than they were prior to 9/11. And let me give you a couple of stats. In the past 3.5 years, Border Patrol alone have encountered over 380 illegal aliens on the FBI terror watch list. You know what it was under all 4 years of Trump administration combined? 12. At the northern border, which it went to completely disown, is that they've had over 1,000 illegal aliens on the FBI terror watch list try to come through our ports of entry. We've encountered hundreds of thousands of what we call special interest aliens from countries that we know sponsor, harbor, and facilitate terrorism, but we have no ability to vet them. If you're a single adult male from Lebanon, what are we going to do? Call the Lebanese government and say, hey, ring, ring, we just want to make sure this guy's not a member of Hezbollah before we release him, right? That's stupid. It's not happening. But we are encountering Lebanese males from at our border, and we are releasing in this country every single day.
They tried to breach Quantico. They had a Chinese national out near a military base in California. And the problem is it doesn't get reported on. Newsmax will report it. I'll report it on my show. I'll cover it. But we have a corrupt media, which is a whole other layer to this. We have a media that's complicit, that actually is more of a propaganda wing for this administration. And they don't have integrity anymore. We've lost a free and fair press, sadly, in America.
And that's why this is so important. It's not, we're preaching to the choir in this audience. What Mark said, I think, is the most important thing. If you get anything from this panel, it's what are you guys doing about it? Take this information, get it to your families, to the people that don't agree with us. That's the most important thing. Between now and the election, you have to get it to people that don't understand what's happening, because we're all in on it. We're all in, you're all in. We got to get to the others.
And to that point, that's where you have to be able to separate the rhetoric of Kamala Harris today versus the horrible results over the last 3.5 years. And you know that if she takes over, it will look like that on steroids. It'll be even worse.
We're going to take some questions. There's a microphone here if anyone wants to ask any of the gentlemen here or myself a question. We still
You got to
have-
be quick, though. We got 5 minutes. So
Speed
like
round,
10-second questions,
speed
20-second
dating,
answers.
Speed border. Go ahead, sir. What's your first name?
My name's Warren. I'm kind of running a theme here. I'm trying to find out, we want to get to the bottom of everything. And I'm going to throw a name at you. Amy Pope. Who is Amy Pope? I never see her in the news. I never see her being reported on. Nobody seems to know who this woman is. She works with the IOM at the UN. You should see her glad-handing crazy tweets and other stuff about how she's bringing people around because of the weather, because of this, because of that, how they're infiltrating this country. And I'll tell you right now, I know it's not this idiot running against Trump. It's these people are puppets. You have the WEF, you have all those people pushing this around the world, and on the other side, you know who they need? They need Larry Fink and Vanguard and BlackRock. They need the bankers, because these people are too stupid and lazy to even know how to balance their own checkbook. Yeah. But they need money to do their dirty deeds with the NGOs and everything else. And Michael Yon is a hero.
Yeah.
And Ben, you're amazing. Your work is just amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Who is Amy Pope?
It is the deception here,
And those organizations, you mentioned it, United Nations, WEF, even World Economic, the WHO, all of these organizations are working to undermine America and the Western world.
And
what's happening in Europe.
borders. Yes. They want no borders.
No borders.
Open
borders is big business.
No borders, no walls, no USA at all. That's the mindset of the base of the left.
And they're not stopping until they want the collapse of America.
And when Trump gets back, I promise you, we're going to start building the wall again.
That's right. That's right. All right, we have this lovely lady up here. What's your name, miss? What's your question?
My name is Kim. Ben, I love your work. You're badass.
Yes.
But I'm wondering if any of you have heard about the FEMA camps that have been built across the country, which are intended to be used for those of us who don't comply.
So this is what I'll say, that my knowledge of FEMA, your hard-earned taxpayer dollars that's supposed to go in a fund, a housing disaster relief fund, right? So when there's a natural disaster in this country, that's where U.S. taxpayers are supposed to go to help out Americans that have been displaced or impacted by a natural disaster. Since day one, the Biden administration has been funneling that fund out of that process to go build facilities for illegal aliens. That's been happening since day one. And they're also funneling some of that off to the NGOs. So an illegal alien comes in, immediately we release in the United States, who they go to an NGO, who we give them everything they want, including a bus ticket and a plane ticket anywhere that the illegal alien wants to go, and you're paying for it all.
Great.
And
Great
hotel
question.
rooms too.
Yeah, hotel, everything else.
Everything.
And just one other thing on that. So I've heard reporting about, I know where she was kind of going with the question. I haven't, so like I say, I do show and tell reporting.
Yeah.
Unless I know factually this is what's happening, I typically don't talk about it or speculate on it.
Yeah.
But I have no doubt our government doesn't have our best interests in mind. And all you have to do is look at what they've done to this point. And so,
follow the money, follow the funding.
That's it. But my thing is the low-hanging fruit. It's what's there right in your face right now. Go get that stuff, and you're exactly right. This is
And there's
it's
plenty
treason.
plenty
It's all
already there.
treason.
I'll always say, if you want to know where an administration's priorities and positions on policies are, follow the money.
Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Elena from Mineola.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone on the panel. My question is, President Trump had stated that he will immediately begin the greatest deportation exercise in our country. My question is that how he said he would be using the local sheriffs to help identify those individuals who are illegal aliens here, but also many of them, I think, they received cell phones. Would we be using geo-tracking like we had seen in 2000 Mule movie, or are there any other ways of identifying and finding them and capturing them so they can bring them back?
Yeah,
great question. The process.
Yeah. So I'm a knuckle dragger. So I'm a knuckle dragger. I'm an operational guy. So this is my bailiwick, and as a commissioner, we oversaw worldwide operations. I get asked this all the time: how are you going to conduct the world's largest removal operation in this country? My first answer is one at a time. And I say that because we can't have a defeatist attitude. We can't say, oh, well, there's too many, so we're not going to do it. That's just stupid. That's not going to happen, especially under President Trump. So what we have is we have ICE. And within ICE, there's a subcomponent called ERO, Enforcement and Removal Operations. They are the best in the world at going out, tracking down some of this in the country illegally through a whole myriad of intelligence-driven, threat-based operation-focused tactics that we can get it. But the way we're going to do that, though, is we're going to have to infuse ICE ERO with steroids, and they're going to continue to do what they've done since they were first created, and that's prioritize the criminals, the murderers, the rapists, the pedophiles, the aggravated felons, and gang members. That's where we're going to start with, and they're going to be busy for the next decade because of this administration.
And I would just say in closing, we have some of the best and the brightest in our government at the lower levels who want to do their job that are handcuffed by this administration. Their heart is in the right place. They hate to see what's happening.
God bless them.
And they don't want to be processing people. I've seen them on the front lines in Roma, Texas. They don't want to be doing. They hate this, and we got it. But we need it. So all the top. It's about the leadership on the way down, all the way down to the bottom there. So thank you. Great questions. So impressive. I guess we're out of time. We are out of time, but thank you so much for allowing us to speak.
Thank you to AMAC for having this, too. We appreciate you guys.
AMAC, thank you. And to the great John Solomon.
Hey, should we do it like Cinderella? If the boot fits, they can have it.
All right, great job, guys. Say thank you to Bianca. What a great job moderating. Good job. Go get her book. The Right is Right. Pre-order it right now. What a great opportunity. Great job, guys. That was awesome. You guys are awesome.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Thanks, everybody.
Get that book, Mark. You're awesome, buddy. That was great. Robert, good to see you, buddy. All right, guys, we're going to keep this show rolling. We got so much to pack in. 5-minute potty break? All right, so we're going to... Hang on. There we are. All right, we're back. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break and a refreshment break. Go ahead and mill around. We'll be back right in 5 minutes. Tammy Bruce is going to come back out. You're not going to want to miss what she has to say. It's going to be a great, great conversation. Go take 5. side today helps you focus a little bit. All right, let me get the crowd to go. All right, folks, we're going to try to get right back on the train, get back on this show. I'm very excited at this moment to welcome back to the stage a good friend. Oh, he's not up there. We're going to wait a couple minutes? All right. Go for it. All right, folks, we're going to get this train back on the tracks. I hope you had a good 5-minute break. I see people with water and drinks. That's excellent. I'm really excited to welcome back to the stage now a good friend, I think one of the most important conservative voices in America today. But before I do, I want to tell you a little story about Tammy Bruce. So I was a rookie editor at the Washington Times. I was still learning my craft as an editor-in-chief. And one day, our opinion editor came into the office. Her name was Mary Lou Forbes. She was a remarkable woman, a Pulitzer winner, and she said, John, I have something special today. We have a new writer that's going to be joining the Washington Times. Her name is Tammy Bruce, and by the way, writing never sounded so good. I read her article to myself 3 times. Conservatism never sounded so good. We hired her, and she started writing great columns for the Washington Times. She is a rock star. She's going to take you on a journey. We've got 55 days to make a difference. Every one of us has to jump into that void. Tammy's going to tell you how you can do it with some success. Please welcome Tammy Bruce.
Well, what a room. How many of you, is this your first time here in this warehouse? It's my first time. And I felt like as I was going through Manhattan that this was like going to cleanse me, and it is. So I've got about 15 minutes with you here, and then boy, you've got a great additional guest coming up here. And this fellowship that we have is beautiful. And I love you guys. It's just great to be around you. You know, part of what I do, for those of us who do television or who are writers, it's work you do alone, right? So even in being at Fox, sometimes you see people are in like these, like especially since COVID, like different screens, right? They're not on the set. We're in these little pods alone with a camera. So what I imagine when I'm doing this is I imagine this. I imagine you. That I'm speaking, I know, certainly to Sean or to Larry Kudlow, who's fantastic, isn't he? And I get to be on the set with Larry. But what I imagine is I know the people I'm speaking with, but I also know that 1 or 2 or 3 million people are watching. And my goal each time I go on, because I know a lot of people would like the job that I do, is to remind myself that each time it's an opportunity to show why I'm in that chair and someone else is not. That I want to contribute something that you can leave with that you as a tool for your tool chest. And you know, for some people it's performance. For me, my problem is, I guess, is that I really care, and so I get very upset sometimes. And sometimes we get depressed, and sometimes we wonder what we can do and what the options are. And then suddenly, like out of the blue and down an escalator, there was Donald Trump. It's like, how the hell did that happen? But it did, and thank God. But I want to base the next few minutes of what I'm going to be speaking to you about. When we think about being in a boot camp, what can I give you that will help inform everything that we need to do? And that includes not just for yourself as individuals, but as we talked about on the panel I was on, influencing also the people around you. improving your life, the life of your family, as a result, the life of your neighborhood, the life of your community, the state, the country. We know that our lives are great because we live in the greatest country on earth. We know this, that people died horrible deaths to create and to save and to defend. That is, they're on the field at Gettysburg, or if they're on the field in Atlanta, or if they're on the field in Iraq, or whatever, Syria, whatever it is that we're doing, that our loved ones, our veterans who paid the ultimate price, were doing it so that we would have a chance. That's all that Americans have ever asked for, is a chance to be ourselves and to have this country that what we stand for that is different, that the Constitution, which is a warning to government, and the Bill of Rights, which is a warning to government about what not to do to us, that we are the sovereign. That was the first new idea that shook the whole old world. The kings and everyone else were the sovereign who would then tell us what to do. We are the sovereign here. We are the ones who decide, right? Not two anchors at a network, not a bunch of political people trying to finesse up some candidate who is vacuous and empty. In order to make the right decisions, we have to feel free. We have freedom of expression. It's not given to us by the government. A lot of people think, oh, it's the First Amendment that gives us freedom of expression. No, it is a reminder to the government that God has given us these rights already and that you will not touch them. Because in the schools now, indoctrination, young people are not taught that. They think the Bill of Rights gives us rights. No, God did. That's what makes us the sovereign. And the founders knew that government would try to stop our speaking, our gathering in groups, our ability to live where we wanted to live, to practice the faith we wanted to practice. In other words, it was a big thumb in the eye of anybody who would be in government saying, you can't change this. And look at what they're trying to do. They're trying to change it now, aren't they? Well, we're not going to let them. But part of the element that they have relied on, not just in colleges and schools with the kids, but with us every day. And this is my new book, and first one in 17 years because it was too important. I don't like writing so much, and it was an ordeal, but it was important. And it's called Fear Itself, Exposing the Left's Mind-Killing Agenda. And it addresses the use of fear to control society. It is an ancient technique, thousands of years old, whereas if you can put someone in a state of fear, suddenly we stop thinking logically and reasonably. We end up with chronic fear moving into mass anxiety that then informs us that we should retreat and not question, and like if you were in a fight or flight mode, that you don't have time to take the next step of wondering, why is this happening? Is this okay? What should I do? Who's doing this to me? You just say, okay. Or you simply retreat completely. And that is what chronic fear ends up doing to us. A lot of us, of course, became very aware of it during COVID. The perfect issue, the nature of COVID, and watching our government, we knew as we were watching it, it was not normal what they were telling us to do. We knew that staying 6 feet away from each other was meaningless. I mean, it's like, what? And now Fauci admits earlier this year that this is not something, he has no idea where it came from. But that was the science, remember. That was the science. And then masks and, of course, mandates, vaccine mandates. Now, we know we have a history and we're not dealing with polio in this world because of vaccines. But there's a medical scientific history when it comes to testing and proving efficacy, proving safety. And we know what the scientific history was. This was different. My book, of course, has a chapter on COVID, but that was only almost like an end result of a government that felt that, well, here's another chance to see how far we can go based on how afraid we can make people. And the moment you move into that kind of fear, and you know they've done it also with global warming, right? Well, the planet's going to end. What was it? AOC said in 12 years. Amazingly, it's always a generation later. It's something that, it's a fear that the most powerful fears are ones that are described that are amorphous and where there's no real end point, so that it can be whatever they need it to be in the moment. And then they move you through things about, oh, the planet's going to end in 20 years, and so you have to not use plastic straws? Really? Or you need to not use gasoline. We need to get rid of oil. We need to stop fracking. We need to get rid of coal, as though they don't know where electricity comes from. But it's the arguments, and this is where fear comes in, that even if you hear something absurd that we know does not work, but you're made afraid, you comply. Because you do begin to question your own judgment. And that's the point. So it's this, it's climate change, it's COVID, it's the nature of fear, and yet it's not fear itself, fear per se. Fear is a gift. Fear is meant to be transitory, though. It's meant to show up, you hear someone breaking into your house in the back, and there is something that changes in you, and I'm getting chills thinking about certain instances in my life where you become so focused and so aware of what you need to do. It's instinctual. You feel a little bit like an animal of what you're capable of doing. You've got children in the other room. Oh yeah, you're a killer, and they're making a mistake. They don't know that. You weren't even never aware of that before. But fear then is meant to be transitory so you can focus and look for a solution. What the left has done, like what they've done with the legal system, is they've weaponized it against us, right? It's a natural state. It passes once you've dealt with the issue. What they've done is they've made it chronic, every day. I mean, my God, you can get fired for not using the right pronouns. If you call someone sir, and it's a guy wearing a dress, and you can get fired because you didn't say ma'am. That you would get fired if you didn't get the jab. That if you are, I mean, there's issues now broader with social media, the issue of not just losing your job, which is horrible, but also cancellation from life, from the world, shunned. Now, this is where electronics, social media has been great for the left because they can threaten you with things that you can't even see as an end result. So we've become indoctrinated, inculcated with the idea that it's dangerous to speak, because you don't need to get rid of the First Amendment. You just need to say X, Y, and Z is dangerous so the FBI can tell social media to censor it. And then you see your favorite people losing their accounts, and they're like disappeared. And maybe they were making a living on their account or canceled from monetization from YouTube. And you think, well, that's pretty serious. I mean, how do you fight against that? And every day it's a guessing game. That's the point. It's a guessing game. If you were to say, I'm a Christian, I'm going to raise my children the way I see fit, and I want books about sex and homosexuality outside, I don't want them in my kindergarten classroom. Well, you could say that, and then the FBI is knocking on your freaking door. Now, that is simply meant, that memo, this radical Christian, it's white supremacy, they knew who they were going after. And what was it even during COVID? Churches were closed, but not strip clubs. Never forget that. You were not even allowed to meet in the parking lot with your prayer group or your faith group or see your dying mother in the hospital. What they did to us, all in the name and and we complied. So, some of us, well, the majority of people complied. Yes, I understand, sir. My point is, society complied. Some of you, of course, did not. There are many we know who did not. But, yes. And now, and I think that for many people, it's about choosing your battles. Many of you could not lose your job. You have a family to raise, okay? I don't have children. I regret that choice. At the time, it was correct. But I'm in a unique position in that I'm not having to deal with larger family. I have a great deal of admiration for those of you who are responsible for other souls in the world. And so all of our decisions have been different. But for all of the issues and the reinforcement during COVID, because it didn't begin or start with COVID. It started with political correctness. Is somebody going to tie me down because I feel like I've already been talking for an hour? Are we good? All right. It started with political correctness when you couldn't say manhole cover because it had the word man in it. And you couldn't, you remember these days, right? That was the beginning of the training. So my book goes through the history of it in the first 3 chapters. The political history of the use of fear, the techniques, who's done it, then into the subject matters of, yes, COVID, the climate change, and then also what they've done to President Trump, to Justice Kavanaugh, to the nature of, well, J.K. Rowling, who is a champion for women and against the transgender ideology, which is different than identity. It's like you can be a homosexual, I'm a gay woman. That is an identity. And then there's the ideology, the politicizing of that against you and everyone else. We all have different identities. The difference is how is that used against us? So in the book, I look at and mention that, and more than mentioned, that what they've done to President Trump, what they've done to Navarro, to the mayor, to Justice Kavanaugh, ripping him apart in public, and Bannon, all of them. It is meant, yes, they want to get opposition off the field, but it is meant to make you afraid that if they can do it to those people, they can do it to you. That is part of the training. And then, of course, the media, as we all know too well. The legacy media is not what it used to be, right? And I go into the details of the nature of how they've perpetuated, and we see it with the debates, et cetera, and we've known it. But we must demand a better way as opposed to adapting and coping. My book shows you that maybe a lot of you, we get used to fear, we adapt to it, we kind of get used to it. But the issue is that as it goes into mass anxiety, you start to change your life choices. Women choose to not have a child because of climate change. Or you choose, you choose to not leave your house still. You choose to have a general kind of chronic fear that begins to affect our health. And it seems then overwhelming with regular life. The moment I found that people are aware that this is not normal, it is not organic, you are not in this position naturally, it has been put upon you, that alone flips a switch. You suddenly are seeing it through a different lens. And then you become a little bit more free. And then at the end of the book, I talk about the power of decision making. We are kept so busy that we aren't deciding how it is we're going to move forward because there's too much. Every day it's like, you know, in our lifetimes, in a day, we're getting more information than people did 50 years ago in their lifetimes. More information is more overwhelming, on top of that, social media, et cetera. But at the end, I talk about and remind people of the power, the distinctive power of deciding, not just thinking about something. It's like, you know, I gained 10 pounds while writing this book, and it's like there's a point, and I know what I'm doing. I gave myself permission. And then you decide that it's over. Or you decide about something regarding work, or you decide about a relationship. And that then begins to happen because we're engaged immediately. And that would include how we act during an election, how our quality of life feels, and what we do with our faith. And coming to this meeting, you made a decision to do that. And I think that that is, for us, the key. I've got some personal stories in the book that explain how easy it is for the switch to be flipped. When I had a stalker and I was in Times Square, and I ran to a traffic agent because I didn't see anybody else, and he said something to me that changed everything as I'd moved into a habit running away from this person. Literally, a remark from a stranger changed everything and was the spark for the book. And he would never know that. Neither would I. But that's how it is. So my tool for your boot camp kit is, well, the book is called Fear Itself. It's on all formats, Kindle and audio and everything. But just remember, our lives are our choices. The fear we feel is artificial and intentional. It is weak. It can collapse, but you have to look at it for it to collapse. You have to know. And that's what I want to give you, because this is everything that's happening. Now is the time. It's our generation's fight. We're not jumping off of boats at Normandy. We're having these meetings. And this is what will change the world, because it will change America. So thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a wonderful time. What do you think about all the great speakers so far and panelists so far? Incredible show, right? For those of you that didn't hear Leroy Fellis sing when we opened up, he's got an incredible tune that he'll be singing at the end, so I would highly encourage you all to listen to his very uplifting, incredible song. He has such a beautiful voice. Folks, I am so excited. I'm just incredibly honored to have with us someone who has been a cultural icon to so many, in my generation especially. He is an American actor, television host, evangelist. His name is Kirk Cameron. Kirk was nominated for 2 Golden Globe Awards. Many of us knew him from the sitcom Growing Pains. But in addition to his incredible career, Kirk has devoted his life to bringing the light of the gospel to millions. Kirk and his wife Chelsea have been married for 31 years. They have 6 children. I believe he just recently became a grandfather. They founded Camp Firefly to provide an all-expense-paid summer camp for terminally ill children and families. Amazing. Kirk is speaking to audiences across America. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Kirk Cameron.
There we go. Hello there. Nice to see you. Well, what a treat to be here with you. This is quite an iconic and unique place. This is my first time, and it's great to see all of your smiling faces. Thank you for giving me a moment to share some things with you that I hope will bring you some hope and some courage during a time in our country where there is a lot of doom and gloom. There's a lot of reasons to be concerned, a lot of reasons to be outraged and angry at darkness that we see creeping in and flooding not just the halls of Congress, but our preschools and our children's libraries, the places where it should not be. Many of you know me from a TV show for kids called Growing Pains. Back in the 1980s, where we had wholesome entertainment for families. And so much has changed. And now that I'm a father, I'm 54 years old. I've got 6 children together with my wife. I married my on-screen sweetheart, Chelsea, who played Mike Seaver's girlfriend back in the 1990s. And now we also just became grandparents when our little baby girl just had a little baby girl. So we have a lot of skin in the game, just like you do. We love this country. We love God. We love our family. We live in California, recently just moved from California, perhaps one of the most beautiful states in all of the country. I can tell you, I was just there. The beaches are still beautiful, and the mountains and the air is still beautiful. There's so much to love, but there's so much that's chasing so many good people out of California, and we're now in Tennessee, and our children are in Tennessee. I want you to know that as a Christian, as a patriot, as a family man, have been traveling around the country doing what I can at public libraries and in Christian schools and at churches and speaking with elected representatives, I have found some patterns. I found that one of those patterns is that there is an attitude of discouragement that is descending toward hopelessness and despair because of the evil forces that are deteriorating the fabric of America. And one of the things I see that is most concerning to me is that even within the family of faith, those who put their trust in the blessed hope who has a name, Jesus, are feeling hopeless themselves because they think we've crossed some sort of a line in our country and there's no coming back. There are those who think that it's even written in the book that it's only supposed to get worse and there's nothing that can be done except to escape. I personally think that that kind of hopelessness and despair is completely out of place for God's faithful followers, and that He has given us a birthright of courage and a faith that can work itself out in love that can realign the nation with good and godly values. What if, listen to me, what if this current cultural setback is really a divine setup for a spiritual comeback led by the family of faith? Do you know that times of revival and the great awakenings that we have experienced in this country always came during periods of spiritual apathy, moral decline, economic collapse, and political corruption? I think we're about due for another one, don't you? I have been spending the last couple of years writing children's books of virtue and character. And the first one I wrote was called As You Grow. It's a book I wrote with a publisher called Brave Books. Some of you know them and are reading these to your children. These are pro-God, pro-America books for little kids. Well, I wanted to read it in a public library, just like many other people are reading books to children in public libraries, like drag queens. I was denied by over 50 woke libraries that had previously held drag queen story hours for children. I pressed the issue because I understand that this is unconstitutional, simply because they see me as a Christian representing values that they disagree with. So I told some of my friends, like Tucker Carlson and others at the news, went on their programs, called them out, and told them that I would be prepared to see them in court because they have violated the Constitution. They reversed course. I went to those libraries that told me they didn't align with my values, that nobody would show up. And when I went to the downtown public library in Indianapolis, we were greeted by over 3,000 parents and grandparents and children that crushed their records of attendance of any event that they had had there. And it was so filled with people on the 6 floors of this library that they were down the escalators, out the street, and into the parking lot, exceeding fire codes for capacity. And when they found out, these 3,000, that they couldn't get into the reading room that only held 100 at a time, what did they do? They didn't start a riot. They didn't start flipping cars over and breaking windows and setting stuff on fire. What did they do? The mom sat down in the carpet between the aisles at the library, opened up their book bags, and started having their own little story hours with their kids in the halls, singing God Bless America and the national anthem. It was beautiful. And little revivals, little awakenings that are great awakenings in the hearts of moms and dads are happening all over the country. I know, I go. I'm all over the place. And this has happened in Los Angeles, in New York City, in D.C. We went to Seattle, Washington, and San Francisco, and Phoenix, all of these places. And people come out of the woodwork, just like you, who feel marginalized and silenced by a media that's delivering false narratives and making you think that you're alone and that you're small and that you're weak and afraid. There's no need for us to feel that way. Perception coming from the media is not reality. I know. I come from the land of make-believe. That's how we do it. We get you to think things that are not true. Since we've been doing these library readings for kids, and I think we've got some pictures here that I can show you of the crowds that would show up at the libraries with everybody coming out and singing. We also started an event called See You at the Library, which is a national event that is our take on See You at the Pole. You know, when you come to the kids' schools and you'd pray at the pole? Well, now these are families praying at libraries and singing songs like God Bless America and reading their own books to kids in these neighborhoods. This last summer, on June 1st, Guinness World Records recorded the world's largest drag queen story hour. 263 people showed up to set a world record for the world's largest drag queen story hour. We had our event called See You at the Library and had over 35,000 people show up across 350 libraries. We've got a picture of the United States map right here to show you where all of the libraries that volunteered for a story hour, led and organized by parents reading Christian books of virtue and singing patriotic songs to children to remind them that this is the greatest country on the earth. So it's happening. I can feel the rumblings of revival under my feet everywhere that I go. Is there reason to be concerned? Do we need to wake up by the millions and stand up and lean in? Yes, we do. And we've got to do it the right way. God's way of doing things is different than a wicked world system's way of doing things. And our founders understood this. Our forefathers and foremothers understood this. The right way to reclaim a culture of heaven on earth, to build it from the beginning or to reclaim it after we have lost a grip on it, is from the inside out. It's from the bottom up. And what I mean by that is it starts with that heart transformation. What did God tell Moses when he was going into the promised land? He brought them right up to the gates, and so that they didn't get swallowed by a pagan culture with giants in the land, he told them, take these commands that I've given you. They're to be in your heart. Then he said, teach these things diligently to your children. You must talk to them about these things, to love God with all of your heart, to love others as yourself, and teach them when you're sitting in your home, when you're walking along the way, when you put them down to sleep at night, and when they rise up again in the morning. But if you, now here's my paraphrase, if you outsource that parenting responsibility to public schools run by a Marxist government, don't be surprised when your kids come back and tell you that you're crazy and you don't know what you're doing. And they have bought into the wrong system. So we've got work to do that begins in our own hearts as parents and grandparents. We've got to transfer our values and our principles to our children by investing the sacred moments we have with them. And I know that you know that. We have been sold a whole false set of ideas that, with promises that, thank God, people are waking up and realizing is all a bunch of lies. And we've got to get back to starting in my head, reforming myself, reforming my heart, heavenizing my own home, the work of my hands with whatever it is that God has called you and equipped you to do with the gifts and talents and relationships and resources He's given you. Let that be a reflection of your values all the way through and all the way out to the city gates. It's an inside-out strategy, and it starts at the grassroots and works its way up to the top. So the change begins at my house. Then it works its way all the way up to the White House. When I look at the candidates that we have to choose from year after year after year, and people complain and they talk about, we don't have the right good and godly people to choose from, and I'm not going to vote, and I don't like the lesser of two evils, or all that kind of stuff. Listen, this is all happening on our watch. We need to have the kind of parents and grandparents who are raising kids that are so saturated in the Word of God with such a heart that loves other people that we should have 100 candidates that we'd all be happy with as Christian patriots. Not one that we're trying to convince ourselves is okay, or two or three, but lots of them. We are the culture-making machine that's got to turn out the human beings that are rich in character and in faith. And I know that we can do it. It starts with a personal revival, and then it turns into a family revival, and then it can turn into a community and a state and a national revival. It's happened before, and it can happen again. I want to close with this. I just finished a children's television program. It is our generation's version of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. We are bringing back Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood combined with a Sesame Street that is Bible-friendly. It's called The Adventures with Iggy and Mr. Kirk. And we teach children pro-God, pro-America values that parents can put their kids in front of and trust. And it's also warning children about things like communism and socialism and critical race theory, and teaching them the importance of Second Amendment rights and First Amendment rights and the fruit of the Spirit like love and humility, kindness, faith, and self-control. I brought a little clip for you because I think this will encourage you when you see what is on the horizon that we think is going to bring transformation to children's entertainment. Watch this. Hello, brave explorers. Welcome to my treehouse. Oh, look at this. This little bird has a hurt wing.
Oh, well, that's not good. We need to take it to the hospital.
Just as the wildflowers were starting to bloom in Whittemore Woods, the sweetest little bear cub was born. He wasn't like any other cub on Freedom Island, but that made Mother Bear love him even more.
Mr. Kirk is human, his family is human, and then there's you.
Well, I'm part of this family too.
Oh, well, you don't exactly fit in here.
Culture said that because I'm an iguana, I don't fit in your family.
Culture is wrong. You are family. Instead of trying to change, we should embrace the way God made us. Because God doesn't make mistakes.
I guess that means that God didn't make a mistake with me.
He made a work of art with you. I'd say a true, one-of-a-kind masterpiece.
Thanks.
That's coming out in the fall. A brand new book that I wrote called Born to be Brave, How to be a Part of America's Spiritual Comeback is also coming out in the fall. I think you might have access to some copies here earlier than everybody else because you're special. And I want to leave you with this quote. While a founding father would be appropriate right now, I want to drop a little Middle-earth wisdom on you from Gandalf the Grey from Lord of the Rings. Gandalf said, during a time of great evil and distress, he said to his friend, other evils there are that shall come. For even Sauron himself is but a servant or an emissary. Yet it is not our task to master all the tides of the world, but to do what is in us for the help of those years wherein we have been set, uprooting the evil in the fields we know, that those who live after us may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule. Gandalf got it. He was right. What he's saying is that you and I, in our day as well, cannot expect to extinguish all the evil that we see around us, morally, politically, spiritually, economically. And the evil that we see now is the fruit of even greater evils that are ready to send more. But what we have been tasked with is to do everything in our power, as long as we have breath in these lungs, during the time that we are here on the stage of this earth, to uproot the evil in the fields we know. In California, in Tennessee, in New Jersey, in New York, in my heart, in your heart, and in your marriage, and in your family, and in your local districts. And while we do that, also to plant some seeds of truth and goodness and beauty, so that those who live after us, our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, will have cleaner earth to build their world on. And the political, spiritual, moral storms and weather that they will face, they will be able to handle, because they grew up being trained and mentored and discipled by you and grandparents and parents who loved God and were loyal to them and invested in them and stood for the righteous cause in the face of evil and didn't back down, trusting that God has victory written all over his plans to bring heaven to earth. We just have to follow his lead and trust him and do our part. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for being a part of AMAC and all the great work that they're doing. And thank you for giving me a moment of your time. God bless you.
What an amazing guy. I got to go on a book tour with him last year. I never had more fun. I never had more women surround me. It was the greatest 2 weeks of my life. So, all right. You're all sitting here thinking, well, I'm energized. I want to do something. In your home state right now, you have a thing called Prop 1, right? You know about it? Yeah. You got to beat it, right? Got to beat it at the polls in the fall. I'm going to bring on Bobby Ann Cox. She's a constitutional lawyer. If you remember those quarantine camps a couple of years ago, she was a lawyer that got those defeated. She's a constitutional lawyer, and is going to give you a few ideas how you can go and make Prop 1 a big loser. Well, please welcome Bobby Ann Cox. Go on up, Bobby.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to AMAC for hosting this. So my name's Bobby Ann Cox. I'm a constitutional law attorney here in New York State, which basically means I am suing the government here in New York on your behalf. We won the quarantine camp lawsuit. We're still fighting that on appeal. And we also won this Prop 1 lawsuit. So a colleague of mine and I sued New York State, the legislature, because they improperly went and put this Prop 1 on the ballot. So what does that mean? It means that even though we won at the trial court level, they appealed, it got reversed. You're going to see when you vote, whether it's next month for early voting or it's on November 5th, you're going to see on your ballot, either on the front of your ballot or on the back of your ballot, a proposal number 1. What is it? Well, according to the left, which is who put it on your ballot illegally, they call it the Equal Rights Amendment, but in actuality, it is the abolition of your rights amendment. And this is a really serious situation, so I really hope you take this away with you, and then you talk about this with everybody that you know between now and Election Day. Prop 1, if it passes, would do things like give the illegal immigrants who are flooding to our state equal rights with citizens. It will open the door for those people who broke the law to come here to have the same rights and benefits as you do, which can include the right to vote. Okay, so I was watching one of the panels earlier about the border, and I know that one of the panelists did say, think about that. Think about that. Millions of people who aren't from our country being allowed to vote in our elections. Well, if Prop 1 passes, that can become a reality here in New York. In fact, in New York City, in 2022, they did pass a law that said that non-citizens, including the illegal immigrants, could vote in the local elections in New York City. They were challenged, a group of Republicans got together, they sued, that was overturned. Of course, Mayor Adams is fighting it on appeal, but as of right now, that law was struck down. Our Constitution is clear. You must be a citizen of this country in order to vote. It is the most sacred right that we have, because voting allows us to control our government. The Constitution was written to keep the government in check. It wasn't written to keep you and me in check. So please remember that. So, Prop 1 on your ballot, it will open the door to allowing illegal immigrants to have the same benefits, including voting, but also economic benefits. Okay, so let's think about that as well. The right to health care, the right to schooling, the right to housing, the right to everything. Okay, another very important thing to know about Prop 1, if it passes, it will give a constitutional right to boys playing in girls' sports. It will give a constitutional right to males using female bathrooms, locker rooms, living in female dormitories, joining female sororities. All of the single-sex things that you see today will be attacked if Prop 1 passes, because it will give people who want to be or think they are or want to become somebody of the opposite sex the same rights as everybody else. So there goes women's lib, out the door. Another thing that Prop 1 will do, if it passes, is it's going to severely weaken parental rights in New York State. There is part of that wording, part of that language that says that you can't discriminate based on someone's age. Okay, that is going to open the door to having parents not be allowed to be involved with their children's decisions, whatever those decisions might be, including medical decisions. And so it is so important that we understand Prop 1 is a Trojan horse. We need to spread the word about this. We need to encourage people to understand it's not what the left is saying it is. It is not about abortion. It is not about codifying abortion in our Constitution. Abortion is not under threat in this state, and the word abortion doesn't even appear in that proposed constitutional amendment. So I am out of time, but I want to thank everybody for coming today. I hope you take this information home with you and vote no on Prop 1. Thank you.
What a memorable line that Bobby just gave us. The Constitution wasn't created to keep us in check. It was created to keep our government in check. And just think of how it's been perverted over the last few years. We've got one more great panel to go. It's going to be hosted by AMAC President Rebecca Weber. And we've got, we're just setting up. It'll take a few seconds. We also got on the panel Bob Kallstrom. He's here, right? Kallstrom. He is the president of AMAC Action. There he is. Yeah. He got us started this morning. And then Jennifer Bankston is also here. And she is the vice president of AMAC Action. Remember the word action, action, action that Steve Bannon uses. This is the action team for AMAC. You're going to learn a lot in the next few minutes. So I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca, and we'll get on the way. Rebecca, the stage is yours.
Check. Okay.
Hello.
Thank you so much. This is really wonderful. It was a handful of years ago when this incredible grassroots organization was formed. It was like the little engine that could. Today, it is one of the fastest growing grassroots organizations in America. It is led by Bob Kallstrom, AMAC Action's president, and Jennifer Bankston, our Vice President of Operations. She oversees so much, so it's such an honor to be here and to share with you folks a little bit about what AMAC is doing and how you can get involved. So we have some slides that we'll have put up on the screen, terrific. So there are a couple of, televisions around for you to follow with us. But so to Bob, let me start out with you. For those in the audience who might be unfamiliar about AMAC Action, share with us a little bit about why AMAC Action was formed and I guess some of the major issues that we're up against.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. AMAC Action was really formed to give all of you the opportunity to engage and to support that. Our purpose in existence is to enable conservative American citizens to advocate in their home districts, whether for state or legislative or federal legislative issues. Our purpose is really to enable you. And so what we do in that regard is we support those activities that occur in each and every state. And it has been a wonderful thing to watch it progress as we've started with just a few thousand members. We're now over 380,000 of our members respond to our calls to action, which come out about 2 or 3 times a week. We are often, and we participate in many of the coalitions, particularly the ones that deal with election integrity, as one example. And we meet regularly with them in conference calls that include people and leaders from all the states. And so I would say to you in that regard, there is a massive movement out there, which is not picked up by the polls, but reflects conservative Americans. So our purpose in AMAC Action is to enable you and all of your fellow conservative Americans to engage. We support you. We provide talking points, education on the issues. We also engage in Washington. And we've been able to have, I think, some good impact there. And in doing that, we represent our 2.1 million American citizens. And that has great sway. And so we're very pleased, and many of the other organizations look to us, to assist them, in the grassroots efforts. And the good thing about that, and Jen will go into that in much more detail, but we find thousands respond, within 24 hours of receiving an AMAC Action call to action. So that's what we're about. And thank you. And thank you all for being here. And by all means, join us in that venture. Let me switch slides here for a moment and looking at what we're up against. Is the clicker working?
It's working. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. These are the things that we are really addressing. Open borders. I mean, that's an insidious situation, and I'll have a little bit more to say about that, because that was an intentional effort by this president, by this regime, to overwhelm the border people and border protection. Attacks on the family, which has resulted from that violence, and the attacks on the family as a critical unit, of our society, because our credo is faith, family, and freedom. The ESG, the environmental, social, and governance issue, which is one that, has been concocted by the left to filter and to funnel your funds and your investment funds to social agenda items, notwithstanding the primary purpose of it is to provide a return, on your investment. And the same thing with diversity, equity, inclusions. That's a very divisive philosophy, which is falling finally into disrepair in corporate America. Universities yet are lagging behind and resist that when it's challenged. Lawfare, we had a great discussion on that. Control and erode faith in elections. And that's what they're trying to do, particularly when you look at the rigging of the polls and things like that. And people say, well, gee whiz, what can I do? I only have one vote. It doesn't really count. Well, it does. When I ask my Democrat friends, how's it going? They're very silent and very embarrassed. And I said, well, it's your fault. You voted for it. And so every vote counts, People that don't think their vote counts are wrong. It really counts, and we really need to be out there in force. In terms of, they're fostering economic despair, by calculated and intentional inflation. That was intended also to create misery, if you will, and forcing people to no longer be able to live that American dream and progress, and having to take second and third jobs. That's all intentional. It's intended for people to say, to give up in despair and say, my God, I need the federal government to help me. And so it's a play and a trick to do that. The other thing that they're trying to do is create a federal digital reserve currency and to replace that dollar. And what that means to you is that every dollar you spent will be monitored by the federal government. And if you intend to try to use your credit card, let's say to buy a weapon, buy a firearm or something like that, it'll get squashed. So, that's the terrible agenda that they have in terms of, exercising full control over you.
Thank you so much, Bob. So to Jen, we're up against a lot, doing a lot. So Jen, can you share with us a little bit about how AMAC Action is enabling American citizens? And this is an especially important election year, and so many people want to do something. Talk a little bit about how easy it is, how you really make it easy for average, everyday citizens to participate.
Well, we do make it very easy, and we invite every single one of you to join us, because the numbers are what we need. We need everybody to get involved in some way or fashion. So, our grassroots advocacy has grown exponentially over the last 4 or 5 years. Our job is to, number one, educate our members on the facts, on the issues, so you are armed with the knowledge, with the facts, and when you're out there in your communities, you are prepared. You're prepared to work against any of the counter arguments that are out there. And then we work together to amplify our voices. The more we get together, the more we are on the same page, the more we fight as a unit, the better our chances of winning. And then we mobilize people. We get people out there, we get them on the streets in many, many ways. And I'm going to go into a little bit of that, of some specifics. So first of all, we have a great delegate program. It was started many years ago with Dan Weber, who started AMAC Action and AMAC. And the job of a delegate really is to develop a relationship with their member of Congress. So their job is to go out there, to learn about what the member is interested in, to explain to the member what we are doing on the Hill, and get their buy-in on legislation. Our delegates are out there every day. They're doing meet and greet events with their members of Congress, getting you out there in front of your members of Congress so you can ask questions. And we also do meet and greet events. So we invite a member to an event and give you an opportunity to be in that audience, to shake that hand, and to really ask questions of your member and get some real answers. And then finally, we coordinate with like-minded other organizations. Bob touched on this a little bit. And then the other thing that we do very well, and it's really grown as well, is we have a chapter program. So originally when we started our chapter program, we were regional. So if one of our delegates wanted to start a program in, say, Long Island, we would work with them, and it was great. We would get it's a community, it's a forum, it's a place to learn, it's a place for some fellowship, so there are other like-minded folks that believe the same way you do. But we found that there was a lot of members missing out, so we launched our state chapter program. And so far, and I have been neglecting my PowerPoint here, we have grown our chapter program, actually. This is a slide that shows you where we have launched chapters so far. Thus far, we have 19 state chapters launched around the country, and this started in December of 2022. So we've done a great job so far. Folks are engaged. The yellow are those that are in the midst of being developed. So they're at various stages of development. There's 11 of those. And then the remaining states we're hoping to get up and running by the end of 2025.
Excellent, Jen. Lots of work that you've got going. Really terrific.
finally, I just wanted to mention
Sure.
our calls to action. Bob touched on this a little bit as well. So our call to action really is kind of a unique animal. We have really touched on something that works in a major way, and I'm going to toss these down here if you don't mind. So what's a call to action? A call to action is getting people involved very specifically with a very specific target. So we identify a critical issue. It could be a piece of legislation that we're trying to fight against or something we're fighting for. We identify the target. So are we trying to target members of Congress, a Senate, a state legislature? And then we develop a platform. We develop a pressure campaign, essentially, and ask our members to respond to that pressure campaign and contact their members of Congress or whomever maybe the target is. And that helps us grow our army because you guys share these on social media and we get more and more people involved. Now, I do want to share with you, we're going to do one right now, okay? So if you guys have a cell phone, I want you to participate with us right now in this call to action. So this one specifically is the Protect Social Security for American Citizens Act. This is to prevent for illegal citizens or legal immigrants from collecting Social Security. This is a real problem. So all you have to do is scan that QR code that you see on your screen and fill out the form. And the beauty of this program is it knows where you live. When you put in your information, it knows what congressional district you're in, and it will tie your message directly to your member of Congress. This launched a couple days ago, so it'll be really interesting to see how many of you participated. But let me tell you something about these calls to action. When we can fill up mailboxes for these members of Congress or state legislators, 5,000, 10,000 emails, it gets their attention. And thank you. And the other thing it does is gives them cover. So it knows that they know that their constituents are supportive of this legislation en masse.
And that is why we so heavily rely on our grassroots, because you folks bring to us certain legislative, what's happening in your state, in your community, and we can help mobilize people in your state, bring about awareness, and put together a call to action. So our team is very, very busy doing exactly that. So I know we only have a few moments left, but I want to turn it over to Bob. And Bob, talk a little bit about some of the legislative priorities that you have set for the rest of the year and into 2025.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. You know, our number one priority in terms of legislation has been election integrity. You know, and really running in the face of the efforts of the left and the Democrats to really change that dynamic and to reduce being able to vote easily, yet making it difficult to cheat. And so we've been insisting on voter identification, proof of citizenship, only citizens should vote. And my goodness, you know, as it was commented on earlier, millions of Americans, men and women, have died to protect and establish, you know, your right to vote. And they want to take that from you. And so by diluting it, you know, with the illegals. No same-day registration. That just simply invites fraud, and particularly in border areas where people cross from one state to another, they do same-day registration, and they get Curly, Larry, or Moe to say, yes, they're citizens of this state. And then we should be prosecuting election fraud. You know, that was raised earlier and definitely should be done because that's a very, very serious offense. Yeah, the next one, you know, is immigration. And, you know, and I want to start out and say, you know, what the Biden regime, the Biden-Harris regime has done is just absolutely unconscionable. It's even more than that. It's criminal. Do you know that it is a felony to induce an alien to enter this country illegally? That's an immigration law, and it's for each individual. So I would say Biden and Harris have about $10 or $12 million felony counts against them, which is something that really needs to be prosecuted. Yeah. And what they did knowingly in doing that is inducing, you know, mask the borders. Remember Biden's, I guess, ABC pre-election interview where he said, mask the border? Well, they did. And then they came in and they overwhelmed the Border Patrol. He stopped the wall, and he made it a freeway, for drug cartels to bring in the PCP that's manufactured by the Chinese Communist Party, to bring in terrorists as well as to, bring in other people as well. And so, and the terrorists, terrible. So they did this knowingly and willingly, and when you refer to the deaths and the crimes that they do here, to my mind, that's aiding and abetting, those crimes as well. So there needs to be a true reckoning on that. Another area, and I'll hit this will be is parental rights. Jen?
Yeah, I know we're actually running out of time here, so real quickly, many of the panels have discussed this. Parental rights is very critically important to me. I know it is to Rebecca and everything that's happening in our schools. I am fortunate to live in the free state of Florida, and our governor has done a lot on this front, so I'm very fortunate, but we want to see this around the country. And we're going to get past through some of these because we wanted to get to the guts of this presentation, which is... Rebecca, you want to?
Certainly. And anyone who's interested in learning more about AMAC Action, you can look for Jen or Bob. You can learn more. We can share the PowerPoint with you. But the amount of work that this organization that with under their leadership is doing is really incredible. So Jen, final message to the crowd. How do they get involved?
Come see me. Send me an
Okay.
email.
There you
Info
go.
at amacaction.org. We need all hands on deck. You can get involved in any capacity you want. If you want to get involved with AMAC Action, wonderful. Be a delegate, start a chapter, just help being the feet on the street, or become a poll watcher, be a poll worker. Do something. Talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends. Get your neighbor to the polling place if they're elderly and they can't get there themselves. Just get involved in some way, and if you have interest in AMAC Action, please come see me after the show.
Thank you all so much.
Just as a final word, we are involved in virtually every issue that affects Americans. Now, we're just not dealing with seniors' issues because we deal with the issues and the challenges that are going to affect our children and grandchildren. So engage with us. We're on all fronts, in this war against the left. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob and Jen. Thank you. All right. Okay, folks, I know a lot of us here have been waiting for our next speaker. I'm very excited today. We have someone who is quite legendary right here on Long Island. That's right. He has served Long Island for decades, including in the U.S. He was a U.S. Congressman from 2015 to 2023. And we all remember when Lee Zeldin sent shockwaves across the nation after nearly winning the New York gubernatorial campaign as a Republican. I'm sorry? Oh, there you go. Now I hear what you're saying. All right. An Army veteran, Lee Zeldin, resides in his hometown of Shirley with his beautiful wife and 2 daughters. He is chair of the America First Policy Institute. We are so grateful he is here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for Lee Zeldin.
All right. Back at the America First warehouse. Has it been an awesome day hosted by AMAC? And on Wednesday, how many of you am I going to see in Nassau Coliseum? Oh, yeah. How exciting is that? You know, we're just about 50 days away from this massively important election, and there's all this talk about these battleground states elsewhere. yet President Trump knows where he needs to be Wednesday night, and that's with all of us on Long Island. Can't wait. Now, I've had the opportunity to be able to work with AMAC in their efforts in battleground states elsewhere, and we hear a lot about the same 7 states ultimately going to decide presidential election after presidential election. And if the election's today, President Trump is polling just ahead in enough states to win the Electoral College. But I think it's important to always campaign like you're behind, no matter what. Any poll says that we're up 2, we're up 4. It's better to just campaign like you're behind 2. And in these states, ballots are going to start going out this week. In Pennsylvania, they have something that you all know is called universal mail-in balloting. I don't think that universal mail-in balloting should be legal in any state in America, but you know what? In Pennsylvania, it is. I don't think that ballot harvesting should be legal anywhere in America, but guess what? In Nevada, it is. I think that every state should have voter ID. These are our principles, but when the laws are actually set, we could battle for what we believe the laws should be. If we make the mistake of boycotting the laws that are on the books, then what ends up happening is if a snowstorm hits Reno around that time to get out the vote in November of 2022, Adam Laxalt ends up losing a Senate seat, and that is one of the main reasons why Chuck Schumer's the majority leader. February 13th, there was a special election right here on Long Island. 7 hours of a snowstorm ends up hitting, reminding us how important it is to bank low propensity votes as soon as you can. Y'all are here, so I'm sure that you vote at every opportunity. There are low propensity voters in our lives, people who oftentimes make it a game day decision. And in Pennsylvania, there was also a special election that was going on that same day, February 13th. It was to decide control of the House in Pennsylvania, a pretty important election. And it was a winnable seat. We went into Election Day in Pennsylvania already down by like 60 or 70 points. You woke up, the race was already lost. In Pennsylvania, they have universal mail-in balloting. The ballots are going to start going out. And if we don't start getting the low propensity voters in our lives out to vote, we're going to wake up on Election Day and it will be too late. President Trump is out there campaigning his tail off across America. J.D. Vance is campaigning across America, busting his tail for this ticket. And they are right on the issues. You know, I watched the debate like all of you did this past week. And I put myself in the mindset of that undecided, independent-minded voter who's watching. You ask those voters, what are the issues that are most important to you? They're talking about the economy, first and foremost. Many are talking about the border, crime, and energy policy, and foreign policy, and more. And from one issue to the next, it is President Trump on the right side of it. It's Kamala Harris on the wrong side of it. We've had 3.5 years of the Biden-Harris agenda in this White House, and it has been a disaster. And every single time that Kamala Harris talks about what she will do if she is elected president, on day one she'll do this, on day one she'll do that. No, day one was 3.5 years ago. And you haven't done anything that you claim that you will do to fix the mess that you created. So that undecided, independent-minded voter who's listening to that debate clearly knows that it is President Trump who's going to secure the border. He is the one who's going to finish building the wall. President Trump is the one who you can count on to bring back Remain in Mexico, to support our Customs and Border Patrol agents, to make sure that something like Title 42 would have never been eliminated without a replacement, to get rid of catch and release. They talk about these numbers of people who are caught at the border, and they compare those numbers to when President Trump was in office. But here's a big difference. When President Trump was in office, he was sending those people back. Now, most of those people are being released into the United States. And the Democrats have been making a push to allow non-citizens to vote. We see that right in New York City. We see it in Washington, D.C. We see sanctuary cities emerging, sanctuary states emerging. And if you're like me, you're sick of reading story after story, day after day, of 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds being victimized, kidnapped, raped, murdered at the hands of people who should have never been in this country in the first place. We know why we're supporting President Trump. We know why we're supporting Republicans to make sure that President Trump is able to get his agenda over the finish line. We don't want to deal with 3 impeachments in 2025. We want President Trump's nominations for his cabinet and for the judicial system to get through confirmation. Yeah, the top of the ticket is key. But right here in New York, we are a battleground. New York will decide whether or not this is a Republican House or a Democrat House. You all will decide. We together will ultimately be the difference between whether or not it is a Speaker Jeffries or a Minority Leader Jeffries. Now, I don't know about you, but I am thrilled that we don't have to deal anymore with a Chairman Nadler or a Chairman Waters or a Chairman Schiff. Do you think that what Jim Jordan is doing right now in the Judiciary Committee would have ever happened if that was Jerry Nadler as the chair? It would be the opposite. Do you think that any of these Ivy League professors would have been getting held accountable for an eroding culture on their campus if it was Democrats in charge of the Education Committee? Absolutely not. This is everything. But I'll tell you what we're hearing as we go door to door is that the economy is emerging by far as the number one issue. Now, in 2012, there was a disconnect between the Republican Party agenda and the people. There were white papers, a lot of white papers. By the way, those white papers, in many cases, probably had a whole lot of good ideas mixed in them. But if the voters don't know how your white papers are going to improve their lives, those voters will have no connection to what you are proposing as your vision for America. Here on Long Island, if you were going around asking people in your life in 2016, why are you supporting Donald Trump? You're not going to get an answer like, I don't know, I don't like Hillary. Yeah, we got a lot of that. We don't like Hillary, but they were talking about building a wall, draining the swamp, making America great again, stopping Common Core, repeal Obamacare. The list was going on and on of what was being pushed as an agenda in 2016. People knew what they were investing in. In 2022, in that governor's race, we came close, and it was something that I believe needs to be a lesson learned for conservatives across the country, that ultimately the next level of engagement, of movement, if you want to create a movement, if you want to have momentum, it's not about what we are against. It's about what we are for. We were telling... Listen, Kamala Harris is bad. She needs to own her terrible record. We need to talk about why she would be a disaster if she was in the White House for 4 more years. The Democrats controlling Congress would be terrible. They would want to resist, oppose, obstruct everything and anything. We need to talk about it. But the magic formula is telling people what they are investing in by voting Republican. Now, one of the differences between going with the approach of having a white paper and not connecting it is that voter at the door who cares about the economy They don't want to talk white paper. They don't want to talk details of page 712 of your bill. They care about eggs, bread, milk, gas, electricity, housing. The reason why the economy is their number one issue is because this economy is not working for them. They aren't saying the economy is the number one issue because they are told that that is what they're supposed to say. They're saying it because it's as personal as it gets, and they do not feel like they and their family are in a better place than they were 4 years ago. Did any of you see what Kamala Harris's answer was in the last day or two to her first sit-down solo interview with a local ABC affiliate? She was asked about the economy and what her plans are. Can you name one or two specific components of your proposal to address cost of living? Anybody see the interview? She didn't have an answer. She has no answer. President Trump did it already. Y'all remember just before COVID hit, at the beginning of 2020, that was the best economy that I remember in my entire lifetime. And that didn't happen by accident. It was the product of getting rid of harmful regulations. It was a product of passing legislation that reduced the cost of living. It's about promoting energy independence. Costs were affordable. People were spending money. They were feeling good about the economy. Things were going well. The economy was ripping at the beginning of 2020. And Kamala Harris says, we're not going back. I'll tell you what, February of 2020 was pretty damn good. If our economy, if the cost of living could go back, if the trajectory of our country at that moment with the border becoming more secure, our energy becoming more independent, our foreign policy where we were ending foreign wars, not starting them. And we have to all go to sleep every night not knowing what tomorrow brings. Will there be a World War III taking advantage of a president of the United States who is vacationing more than he's actually on the job? And when he's on the job, he can only work from 10 to 4. In theory, although there's probably a few naps built in even into that, and the vice president is out on the road, and we're wondering who's running our country. I remember in 2020, I was asking if Joe Biden was elected president, who's going to be the president? And I would never get an answer from anyone, but it was a serious question because clearly Joe Biden wasn't up for it. And those on the left who were acting like all of a sudden at the end of June, we shockingly were stunned and surprised to learn that Joe Biden has deteriorated. We were putting up warning signs in 2019 and 2020 of what we'd be getting with a Joe Biden presidency. Gosh, I go to sleep as an American, as a veteran, as someone who cares about our country's foreign policy, not knowing and quite concerned that adversaries abroad are going to take advantage of this opportunity for them to seize on a vacuum that exists at the highest levels of our government. It is no coincidence that Russia goes into Ukraine after a fatally flawed withdrawal of Afghanistan. It is no coincidence that Hamas would go into Israel on October 7th. If President Trump was in office, Russia would have never went to Ukraine. Hamas would have never went into Israel on October 7th. China's aggression, Russia's aggression, North Korea, Iran. You know, it doesn't get much attention is that about 3 weeks before the October 7th attack against Israel, the Biden administration released billions of dollars to Iran. I know that on day one, this president is ready to save America. And we have to send him a Congress that is ready to work with him. And there is a target across this country We have a great chance with Bernie Moreno running in Ohio against Sherrod Brown. We have a great opportunity with Tim Sheehy running in Montana. Manchin stepped down. We're going to flip West Virginia. Mike Rogers running in Michigan. Carrie Lake running in Arizona. Sam Brown running in Nevada. The list goes on. I have a feeling that we are on track to be able to wake up the day after this election with a Chuck Schumer getting ready for life in the minority. Now, AMAC's been doing these events around the country, Bootcamp for Boomers. And there are a lot of seniors who are quite motivated this year to do their part. We need to get more people to join AMAC. And we need people who have joined AMAC to maximize your effort between now and November 5th. You know, people ask me, what can you do? And there's, AMAC is recruiting. I'll tell you what, President Trump is recruiting. You get people to go to donaldjtrump.com. This is why I tell people to go to the website, sign up for Trump Force 47, donate $5 if you can. Get involved in local races that you care about. We have to be all in. And what concerns me is that some people are too confident. There's nothing wrong with optimism, as long as it's not an excuse for complacency. There are people in our lives who talk red wave, red tsunami, and don't do a darn thing to actually make sure it happens. There's nothing. I'm sure there's people in this room feeling confident, but you can't use it as an excuse for complacency. You ask me, I don't think that President Trump on July 13th dodged a bullet without divine intervention. There was a reason why he is still here. There's a reason today that you all are here. And it's not about just filling up America First Warehouse for an afternoon, 50 plus days out from an election, and then for all of us to go home and check the box and say we've done our part. We were at AMAC's event in the middle of September, so there's nothing else for us to do. No, we need to fill up AMAC's roster with more seniors in our lives to get active, and encouraging and challenging ourselves and others to do their part. New York is a battleground for the House. And we have seats all across this entire state where there are freshmen in tough seats, where we, conservatives, President Trump, the America First movement, is absolutely on the right side of the issues that matter most to the independent, undecided voters in those districts. But no one can sit on the sidelines. I've had a chance to campaign with President Trump. I was with JD a couple days ago. He was back in New York. JD was in New York on the 25th of August as well. JD was here on September 11th. I was with him on September 12th. President Trump, I was with him here on August 2nd. He's coming back this upcoming Wednesday. And there's a logic inside of a campaign office to never go to a blue state like New York. They might argue it's a waste of time. Last time the president called me, about 6 days or so ago, he wanted to talk about New York. And he wants to do as well as he possibly can in New York. That's up to us, ultimately. But I'll tell you what, if anyone was to argue that New York, there are people out there who might say that New York is too uphill. This is what I would say. This entire ticket, in order to make sure that President Trump is able to get his priorities through Congress, it runs through New York. And his efforts in New York, at the very least, is making sure that his supporters understand how important New York is to President Trump. And we feel like we are standing on his shoulders, but really, if you think about it, in many respects, he's standing on ours. We have to do our part. I know that you guys heard from a lot of speakers today, and I know that through the years, you guys have invested a lot of your time, your energy, your principles, your patriotism, your love, an outpouring of support when these elections come up to be able to do your part. I have never referred to any election as the most important election of our lifetime. Why? Because if I say that this is the most important election of our lifetime, then a year or 2 or 4 years from now, if I say it again, you start sounding like a broken record and you start losing credibility. I'll just say that this is a pretty freaking important election, okay? And I want to do my part, and I know you want to do yours. I'm now an empty nester that started about a week and a half ago. My twin girls are now at college, and they're at campuses where I feel like they're going to be able to hold their own. They're not, on an island. They're not at, a Columbia or some of these other places with encampments and wacky far left liberal professors and eroding culture and foreign influence just screwing up the higher educational system. I want the best for my kids. You want the best for your kids and your grandkids. This is the first election that my daughters are voting in. And for many of you, you have voted many times in the past. And you have a lot of elections to reflect on, a lot of moments that you remember that were important to this country. And at America First Warehouse, as you look around you see a lot of flag, you see a lot of love, you see a lot of a celebration of our Constitution, of our freedom, of our liberty. And for our veterans who are out there who should be signing up to serve in a military that is focused on kicking ass and being ready for what is next, as opposed to being a social experiment. If you care about our law enforcement and our firefighters and our EMTs, for all those people who put their lives in the line with selfless service and dedication, they are relying on us. My kids are relying on us like your kids and your grandkids are as well. And if we do our part, between now and the end of this election on November 5th, what happens is the fruit of your labor is that when we are watching TV, wherever we happen to be, the evening of November 5th, if we fight hard enough, if it is too big to rig, yes, the night of November 5th, we can watch Kamala Harris giving a concession speech. If we fight hard enough, doing everything in our power on November 5th, not the days to follow, not the weeks to follow, but if we make it too big to rig, we are going to send a Republican House and a Republican Senate to go work with the next America First administration in the White House. Working with AMAC, working with President Trump and his campaign, and this ticket running all across this state and this country, busting our hump between now and November 5th, all in. It'll be the night of November 5th, not the days that follow, not the weeks that follow, that we will once again have a greatest night of TV that we've witnessed in the past, because Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, will be delivering a victory speech because he is soon to get sworn in as the 47th President of the United States to save America. Let's make this country great again. Let's do our part, working with AMAC to get it done. Thank you all for being here all day. Thank you to AMAC and America First Warehouse for your leadership. God bless all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We have something very, very special. Some of you may have heard him earlier. Once again, Leroy Fellis to deliver a beautiful piece for you. Leroy, come on up.
When troubles come and my heart burden me, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can I am strong when I am not raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be.
God bless you, brother. Thank you. It was such an honor to have you here. How about Leroy? One more round of applause, huh? Oh, my goodness. Sometimes we get the chance to stand on the shoulders of angels. Tonight we got to ride the voice of an angel. Thank you. God bless you so much. All right, folks, you have worked a long day. God bless you for being here. I want to say a special thank you to Rebecca, to Dave, to the entire team at AMAC. Was this not worth it, huh? Was this amazing?
It was amazing, and we could not have done it without our incredible sponsors. A huge thank you to HSP Direct, First Fidelity Reserve. We've got American Water, GMR Media, Key Dental, Backyard Butchers. They are terrific. America First Warehouse, thank you.
Absolutely.
And Real America's Voice and John Solomon, thank you so much.
What an honor to be here.
What a great day.
Really, it's just great. All right, guys, you know what the mission is. Go home. I'm going to give you 4 letters, AMAC, A-M-A-C. Join if you're not there. Do it today. I'm going to give you 3 I's: inflation, insecurity, and insanity. That's what the Democrats are going to lose on if you do your job. I'm going to give you 2 numbers, 4, 7. Is it going to be Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Is it going to be on her earrings or on his hat? You get to decide that. And then I'm going to give you 1 figure, okay, just one figure. It only takes 50.1% to win an election. Go get that extra 1/10 of a point. Go win this year. God bless you. Have a great night. Safe travel home. Great honor to be with you tonight.